Come join me, everyone. While everyone's coming in, hopefully, I'm going to pull up YouTube. And get Jen McCabe's testimony to get ready to get started. All right, hold on, guys. I don't know if anyone's here yet. I'm going to share it to Discord. All right. So here we go. Sent to Discord. I'm going to wait for our guys to show up. Gotta get Jen McCabe pulled up. And while I'm waiting, I might as well just pull up a funny picture for you guys. Hold on. Hey, Fresh Brown Eyes, thank you for following me over here. Woohoo! It sucks to go from that nice big monitor to this tiny ass little thing, but knowing that it's going to work better tomorrow, I'm still happy my desktop works. Oops. Turn the volume up on my laptop. Oh my God, I just realized I posted the very first funny pictures that I made with ChatGPT and Discord, but I should share them here, and I think I'm going to. I just got to email them to myself, so I'm going to share a different one for now while everyone's coming in. Yes, exactly. Fresh brown eyes. As soon as I get I think as soon as I get all the updates going and what Scott's sending me, I think this desktop is going to be so much better. So now when people come in, they're going to be like, what the hell is on the stage or on the screen, unless they were here that day. Got Angry Bird. All right. I asked if everyone will follow me over. They say yes. Where is everyone? Yeah, fresh brown eyes. While we're waiting, I can show you all the ones that we made that day. It's freaking hilarious. We made several that day. Hold on. Oh my God, it's too funny. That's why we started doing this every day for who was on the stand. Got googly eyes. Where's the googly eyes? Here's googly eyes. Hey, Sarah, you hit traffic? Oh, must be a traffic jam. Everyone got lost. And then, of course, we had this one from the other day. Brian Albert. Steaming mad. Grumpy cat. The YouTube traffic is brutal on Sundays. Apparently. Let's see, who else did I miss? This was the best one, I think. This one, oh, and Julie Albert. I almost forgot that one. Hold on. I don't know why this one sets me off, but it cracks me up so much. It's nothing. It's simple. Someone said to picture her eating grass, and this is what it came out to. And it just cracks me up. Like, hey, Scott. Just going through the pics of the day from every day we've streamed so far while we were waiting for everyone to show up. Everyone else is still in traffic. Oh, you got a private jet, Sarah. Gotcha. You and Fresh Brown Eyes must have had a nice fast jet there. I still don't know why I find this one so funny, but I do. And then back to the grumpy cat. This one's great. You use the HOV lane. You just had one of our freeways add one of those lanes. The construction for it was done last year, finally. Because in Michigan, if you don't know, we have construction all the time, all year round. Our roads still suck. You will pop at least probably 15 to 20 tires in Michigan in your lifetime from freaking potholes. It's insane. And whoever bright idea it was to take our surplus of money from COVID grants or wherever that money came from and put every single one of our major freeways in the Metro Detroit area under major construction, and I mean major, all of them were shut down to 1 or 2 lanes. All of them at the same time. Whoever bright idea that was deserves to be smacked. It was bad. There's a big pothole that just got fixed on one of our highways, and after the snow has collapsed and popped at least a dozen tires, and people are so pissed. Yeah. Oh, they're so drunk. No, I'm just kidding. I'd be pissed too. Like, I mean, I'm seriously in one. I think it was the year. Let's see. It was when I know where I lived at that point. So it was the year I was in between kind of housing. I was renting out a house, part of a house, and it was the year 22, and there was a pothole that if there was oncoming traffic, because there's one lane both ways, you couldn't help but hit it basically, because it's always a busy road, so it was always to and from work. I hit it so many times, and if you at least I would remember to go like hit it on the corner. One of the days I was headed home from work, I was so tired, I wasn't paying attention. There was like 2 big vans in front of me, didn't even think, and hit it, popped a tire, and then literally, no joke, a week later, I popped a different tire on the same freaking pothole. It's awful here. Hey, Jeannie. Y'all left me just when I needed you most. Oh, well, you were supposed to follow us here. You got stuck in traffic. We're always here for you, Jeannie. Yeah, the mission to fix all the roads all at the same time. Right. That was a bright idea. I'm a pothole and I can't do that. I guess it was. I've never seen it, but that's funny. I'm just enjoying looking at Grumpy Cat here. Oh, you were in Walmart? Did you get snacks? You got to stock up the chat fridge. I hope you got lots of goodies for it. A Geico commercial? Huh. I'll have to look for it, see if I can find it. Aww. No way, Jeannie. I'm always here for you. Oh, I think I may have found it. Hold on. Chocolate cake and carrot sticks. That's not bad. The carrot sticks make you not feel so guilty about eating the chocolate cake. Oh, this wasn't the commercial. Hold on. I found it. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up. Is this it?
Oh no! Your tire's all flat and junk. Oh, did I do that? Here, let me get my cellular out. Call your wrecker. Oh shoot, I got no phone. 'Cause I'm a pothole. So... Okay, bye!
Accidents are bad. But Geico's good with emergency road service.
Alrighty then. That's freaking funny.
And cut. That's my mate Leo. Since I love giving advice, I'm helping him on his new Netflix movie. First off, vocal warm-ups. Betty bundled her happy home and cozy car.
Sorry, I'm listening.
Can we cut the lights in Leo's tank? We're losing the green in his scales.
Turn off the lizard lights?
You did it!
Making a movie is tough, but it's easy to Geico.
Cracking job. Let's do it again tomorrow.
What? Does that mean we have to get up at 8?
Here's a good one, Seattle. What did Geico say to the mariner? We could save you a boatload. But what's Seattle's favourite noise? The Puget Sound. All right, never mind. Don't matter. This is a classic. What does an alien seamstress sew with? A space needle. Oh, come off it, Captain.
These are so dumb. I keep forgetting I have
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I'm here in Bristol, Virginia, and now I'm in Bristol, Tennessee. On this side of the road is Virginia, and on this side it's Tennessee. No matter which state in the country you live in, you could save hundreds on car insurance by switching to Geico. Look, I'm in Virginia. I'm in Tennessee. Virginia, Tennessee. And now I'm in Virginia Sea.
See how much you could save on car insurance.
Or am I in Tennessee? Thanks for the ride around Norfolk. And I just wanted to say, Geico is proud to have served the military for over 75 years.
Roger that. Captain's waiting to give you a tour of the Wisconsin now.
Could have parked a little bit closer. It's going to be dark by the time I get there.
Geico, proudly serving the military for over 75 years.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm not sure exactly what happened here last night. I was out helping people save money on their car insurance.
Two more. You doing it. You doing it. Are they doing great? Here we go. Hi. Come sweat with me. Keep going, Richard. Keep sweating.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on.
Okay, I'm sorry, but these are not funny. Yeah, exactly, Sarah, but not funny. This is funny. I prefer that stuff. Oh, you know what? Because I was on my other computer, I didn't want to switch over for those that didn't see the picture we made for today. Today's picture of the day. Now I can show it. There you go, everyone. Joy's request for a picture of the day. Our testimony of Jen McCabe. We make funny pics every day of our witnesses. And today, Joy got her request of Jen McCabe with Chloe's mouth. Shut up, Lally. All right, back to Jen McCabe. Looks like people are coming back, so let's get into it. Oh, shit. Hold on, I just have to refresh that one. Here we go. Now we should be good to go, but if there's any issues, please let me know.
Okay, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes.
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we approach? Sure. Why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Ms. McCabe, with what's for you and what's up on the screen is the exhibits. There are sort of green bubbles and blue bubbles, right?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury as far as who?
And I apologize that you can barely hear Lally, although sometimes that's a blessing. But he's not by the microphone, and my volume is all the way up. So sorry about that.
Who's communicating which direction as far as the green bubbles are who and the blue bubbles are who?
Green is John and blue is myself.
And so the first text from this particular date, if you could just read to the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time is.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
Then it assists you if you have that in front of you.
Oh, okay.
So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, could you just read as far as that, well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you receive that message from Mr. O'Keefe, you call him, have a conversation, he calls you back for the conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
You testified to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, and then you sent the text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is the time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the, in the driveway?
Scroll down. And again, with this bubble, if you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, that texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the window, to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see at that?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what kind of response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the weird?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, the next level. And similar to the prior ones that we just read.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42. Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
Now, this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning.
Yes.
The next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point.
Correct.
If you could just, similar to the other ones.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
Now, Ms. McCabe, if I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into that?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to his phone?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Look at it, look up when you finish, and if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page 1. Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a ascending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
Yes.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, did they appear in those?
They do.
Maybe push
Okay.
So, Ms. McCabe, as far as the first calls that you were testifying about, as far as when you spoke to Mr. O'Keefe on the way from the waterfall to the residents at Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes.
And, as far as, is there a time that's associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
Yes.
And what are
12:14 and 12:18.
And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you had mentioned that during the course of the evening, shortly after you arrived at the residence at Fairview, you observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish with this witness Exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
And Ms. McCabe, first and foremost, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you want her to identify, please, Mr. Lally.
So, Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser.
Back to the deceiving photo.
Point at the screen. And if I could ask if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph, do you observe in this photograph where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house?
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe that.
She just admitted that's a unique angle. You mean you just admitted that they took it at this angle because, you know, it's deceiving and how big the yard is? Mm-hmm.
Edge. If you understand what I'm saying.
Using that just direct the jury's attention.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
So Ellie, why don't you show another picture?
All the pictures they use are deceiving. They did it on purpose. I say this every time, like
Yes,
that
so it would
yard
just be follow this and then come
is
straight.
tiny, but those pictures make it look huge. Like, okay, I can understand why you would miss a body laying in there because of, you know, the yard looks so big, but it's not.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph, if at all, you observe with the vehicle in a second.
It was right about right near the flagpole.
Okay. Turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Oh, you just had to say that you thought they got into an argument? What gave you that thought?
Now,
We weren't arguing at the bar.
what time?
Approximately 1:30, roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband, Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband, Matt, was driving?
Yes.
And where are you seated?
And the front seat.
And do you recall where Miss Levinson and Miss Nagel were seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had, accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow this subject to move in strength. There's a portion that's relative. Go ahead.
I turned around
Look
and was
at her
facing them
facial
and talking to
expressions.
them.
Oh my God,
And
Helen.
I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something. I believe.
Well, she's waiting for
Julie.
this objection to get taken care of. Watch her facial expression.
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around.
Like, how dare you
Julie.
interrupt me?
I'm going to allow.
And then when she says she's loud, look at her face.
Portion that's relative. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them.
You shouldn't have stopped me. Look, I just.
Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car. And we made a joke about that. I had my niece earlier that week for the week. And so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And as do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband Matt exited from residence in Fairview? And by that I mean, did he head towards Chapman or did he head towards
Chapman.
And so as far as, I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so as with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading past, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window or are you turned towards the console?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
Sorry, that's my sound, not the police cars and stuff. Even it's from the trial.
Did you know where they lived?
I was looking for a beep.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of GPS, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
So you drop each of them off. Do you recall which order they were dropped off in?
Julie, then Sarah.
And then following dropping off Sarah, where did you and your husband go?
Home.
And this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Miss Nagel, Miss Levinson, and then going home, about how long a period of time is that?
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. Not
I
exactly
do remember that, Sarah.
Drive home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
But I hadn't seen the first one, so I didn't have anything to compare it to when I watched it.
I went
I
upstairs
hadn't
to
even
bed.
seen clips of her at that point.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do?
What's she? I missed the question. What is she talking about? A bunch of shit.
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Okay, he asked you when he came, went to bed or came up or whatever, and why does she add this shit? Like, who cares about his crazy diet? And we had cheese. Like, oh my God. These people that add all these stupid little details into their testimony when they're asked a simple question is one of the biggest things that makes all of their testimony suspect.
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk my daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club
Just tell us what you were doing, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I
Me?
believe I also
She's constantly
texted my
adding stuff
sisters,
that she doesn't
and
need
I
to.
texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now, if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time, so I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what if any videos or any music or anything did you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were there?
So one of my sisters loves the song Raining Men. And she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances. And it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and
People in your family have too much to drink sometimes? What a shocker.
showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you
Hold on.
get home and you're looking at the
I want to hear something. Bear with me a moment.
Nephews, and we were just like a big family joke. So
what, if any, videos or any music or anything did you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were there?
So
Okay, what if any songs or videos did you pull up on your phone to share with the group? Okay, so that was the question. Hold on.
my sister loves this song Raining Men. And she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances.
Well, I think you were right the first time, always.
And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed or went to sleep?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time, you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did, yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
And as far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed?
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on. More often than not, I take it off, but there are times that I do sleep with it.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Now, turning back to that last.
Oh, wouldn't that be ironic if she just magically forgot her watch night?
Phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes.
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fresh eyes.
Fair to say that while you saw the vehicle outside,
I would agree with you if it wasn't her. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to take it off the screen. I would agree with you there if she wasn't so, what's the word? Well, one, she's already defensive. You can tell in her statements and her demeanor and the way she looks at people and the jury. Two, if you compare the answers to the questions that wouldn't have, any sort of hidden meaning or could be taken a different way. She doesn't do that with it. She only does it to the answer so far that could possibly, like, depending on the way it's taken or depending on the light you look at it, depending on the circumstances, that's when she gets into the defensive answering and adding these little, all this, info that's not needed, like the he's on a crazy diet, he ate some cheese, like, and all he did was ask about a time. But see, these people do not want to say, a specific time. None of them. They all are, I believe, or I think, or I don't know, I don't recall. There's no one that says, yep, it was that time or time frame. Yep, nope, yep, nope. It's always, I don't know, I don't recall, I don't know, I don't recall, I don't remember. And of course, that's my opinion. And I will say this over and over and over again so everybody understands that I appreciate everyone's opinion. We can agree to disagree, and I will gladly admit when I'm wrong. I will gladly take in any other advice, I do take advice too, but any other input on the way people see things, because in studying psychology, there's always different ways to look at things. And everyone has their own biases based on their life circumstances, how they were raised, where they were raised, how old they are. I mean, biases they're just in us. Can't be helped. When you do some evaluating or things like this, you have to be aware of your biases and be able to take in information from other people that don't share the same biases as you, and vice versa. And I always appreciate that. As long as no one comes in here and starts name calling and getting all into a fight about it, I am all for a nice discussion with people that agree with me, people that don't agree with me. I would love it. Work it over, Jen. Hi, Fearless Farm Girl. Thanks for joining. Out playing with the dogs in the rain. Oh, that's good. Hopefully it's warm for you. It was raining here yesterday, but we have some sun today here, thankfully. All right, that's my rant for the day. It's not really a rant. It's just to verify that I appreciate everybody being here, no matter what. You guys taking the time out of your day to, appreciate or not appreciate or disagree with me, agree with me on my content, I'm okay with it as long as you're here hanging out with me and having some fun.
Now you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into Bishop Ian, correct?
Correct.
She was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Aw,
Is that a normal thing?
glad to keep you company, Sarah.
Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other phone?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen.
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
Extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times. And she tells me that John didn't come home. They got into a fight and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended, and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
You never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
But at some point, you get back in touch with Kaylee, or at least your phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response to that?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, Jen. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
I have a question, if anyone can help me with this. She said in Karen's interviews, which I have not watched yet either, I want to do that at one point. Maybe after the first trial's over, we can go through the interviews. But she's saying Karen didn't remember what happened next morning, that they went to the Albert's house. Is that like proven? Did Karen ever admit that that's what she said, that she couldn't remember? Because Jen McCabe also testified just now that Karen said John and I got in a fight. So how could Karen Reed remember that she got in a fight with John, but not remember leaving the bar? Because they didn't fight at the bar. Yeah, so that's what makes me think this is all bullshit.
And this is while you're still in your home and you're in your bed, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. Oh, she was just kind of all over the place, into a fight, irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight.
She told you again. So now she's told you twice that they got into a fight, but she also said she couldn't remember, right? So which is it? I don't think she may have told Jen they were fighting earlier. Then they are using, wait, I think she may have told Jen they were fighting earlier. Okay, then they are using it. Gotcha. But it's still like the distance between the waterfall and the Albert's house was very short, right? These two were not fighting at the bar. And she literally just testified. First, she says, I don't know where John is. She says that Karen says to her, I don't know where John is. We got into a fight. But then right after that, she testifies that Karen doesn't remember going to the Albert house. What? Do you get what I'm saying here? Like to me, that doesn't seem like, I mean, that's what makes me think this is all bullshit because they weren't fighting at the bar. So in the couple-minute ride home, apparently Karen can remember a fight, but can't remember that they drove to the Albert house. It wouldn't shock me if they argued in the car. Just doesn't mean anything because it seems like it was just part of how they communicated. Yeah. I mean, everybody in the trial so far, even in this trial, talked about how loving they were that night and happy. Nothing crazy, nothing going on. They were happy and having fun. Now, one lady even made this statement like, why don't you act like that to her husband or something like that? I think she says KR couldn't remember, so then they'd go to John's first to buy more time. Yeah. Yeah, that whole going back to John's house, I'm so confused by that, to be honest, because she was there. That's where she was when she was calling him and calling him and calling him. I always wondered, I don't know who made that suggestion. Was it Carrie Roberts or was it Jen McCabe who said that they should go back? Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to see it because I see it like even if they did get in a tiff by the time they made it to the car, like it's a couple-minute drive. And this is how their behavior is. And they were both intoxicated. Like, it doesn't seem like they'd, I mean, I don't know. But I don't think you get in that big of an argument in just a few minutes in the ride from the waterfall to the Alvarez house. Bear with me, guys. Come on.
So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was gonna meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview. So I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual and maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And how did who was?
Yeah, there's no way she thought she left him at the bar. Yeah.
He has 2 daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least around the same age as Kaylee.
Yes.
And so.
Right, Sarah? Like those phone calls are just stupid.
So then I start calling Tom.
I went off on this the other day. People trying to say that you can butt dial with a smartphone. Right, that right there is ridiculous.
Following that, what did you do?
So I know at some point I was calling.
No, I didn't.
Starting
Sarah.
to call John. My husband was
forgot.
as well.
It's in my
At
plate.
that point, I get
Actually,
up and I'm like,
hold
okay,
on,
well,
Sarah.
got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed, but then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could just take it back for a second, as far as a decade or so that you had known and been friends with John O'Keefe, with his either his niece or his nephew or both home, is him not coming home? Is that something that had ever happened before?
What's the title of it, Sarah? Do you know?
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids were home?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming.
And where was the screaming coming from?
Out front.
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
Obviously, the first call was Kaylee calling from the house. That
Yes.
was the assumption.
Mm-hmm.
And then subsequent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. How anybody could have come to that scene and saw him on the ground like that and not thought that something might have been wrong in that house. Nope, don't believe it. Canton Chronicles something. Okay, thanks, Sarah. Hold on. There's a break in the, wait, whoa. Hold on, guys. Okay, there's some really, I think, bad rumors floating around about Nancy Guthrie. Oh, thanks, Sarah. I would watch it, but I am not going to participate in spreading rumors. No way. Unless it's unless I find out it's, there's truth to it somehow. So what is this? Okay, hold on. 2 hours. Okay. I'll have to watch it. Maybe we can review it. No, it's okay, Sarah. I got it. You did post links. I followed it. It's time-stamped? Oh, okay, hold on. That I didn't see. I don't see a timestamp. Oh, well, we'll get into it later if I can find it. What happened? I don't want to spread rumors. Oh, it does open up to the time? Okay, well, why isn't it, when I pulled the link up, it just went straight to the beginning of the video. Hold on. Let me try again. Let me try something. But what I was saying, Nancy Guthrie, there's stuff about maybe finding some stuff, and arrest and as well. But these are sites I've never seen. It just happened to pop up on my feed because I have searched for info on her and, just to keep up with what's going on. But I don't see anyone else reporting it. Besides, what's his face? He's got a live view going on. Oh my God, what's his name? Gray Hughes. And as far as I can see, he's just got a live view of the house. I did see, I guess, part of the Nancy Guthrie memorial that all those neighbors and everybody have been dropping flowers and stuff by was vandalized. Now, again, that's what I'm seeing. I haven't verified anything, obviously. The other stuff I will not report because I mean, that's just too, yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to reopen that link, Sarah. Let me see if it'll take me right to the spot. Yeah, see, it starts me right at the beginning. Hey, Sarah, if you can tell me, 24, you already did for me. Never mind. Hold on, 24:37. Okay, hold on.
Tell us his story. And we have it. It's just weary of backlash or weary of retaliation or whatever it is. So we had a man come on and tell us his story. And we have it. It's only a couple minutes long. So, Sean, you want to pull it up so everybody can hear the story from last year?
Okay, so you want me to pull the plug on this?
Yeah, let's hear the story.
Let's do it. Okay, guys, hold on.
Was it 2023 or 2023? 2023. And I'm gonna let you go from here, Mike. Okay. Yeah, I was at a friend's party who actually happened to go to North Adams as well, but moved to Norwood. His 50th birthday party. It was a pretty big party. It was just at his house. Big backyard. There's about 7,500 people there. Good time. Just hanging out, drinking, doing what we do in Norwood can, basically. Getting hammered. Later on in the night, me, my wife, a few friends, and some of the younger people. There was a guy who just moved back to Norwood from North Carolina who just got a job at Channel 5 News. And we were talking about like current events and things like that. And the Karen Reed thing came up. And we were just sitting in the garage at around 11 p.m., 11:30, chatting, going over like a bunch of things. And I get in my mode, my lawyer mode, and just talking, and then we all went our separate ways. And as I was walking away, this guy came up to me and he goes, "Hey, you don't know me, do you?" And I'm like, "No, I don't." He goes, "You don't know my name?" I go, "I have no idea who you are. I've never seen you before in my life." And he goes, "I don't know your name." He goes, "Can I tell you something pretty fucked up?" I go, "Absolutely." I love good stories. And he goes, it's really fucked up. And I'm like, all right. And we went to the side, and he was between 25 and 30, younger guy. I'm 52, so it was weird. And he just said, "Hey, so you were talking about the Karen Reed case. You seem to know what you're talking about." And he goes, "So I wanted to tell you something that I haven't been able to tell anybody." He goes, "I plow Knollwood Cemetery in Canton." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "Funny thing is, at around 4 a.m., we got a call over a dispatch saying someone was hit by a plow on Fairview Road at 4 a.m. And I just kind of like, made a face. And he goes, "You know what I'm talking about?" I go, "Yeah." I go, "He wasn't found until 6. He goes, "Exactly." He goes,
"Oh my God, this is
at this
nuts."
point in time, we didn't know anything. So we got the dispatch. Everyone started talking. We decided we were going to,
Yeah.
we sometimes drive through that neighborhood to get to where we're going. So we all were going to meet at 5:15 to go over our GPS to make sure we didn't go down Fairview, or if we did, we knew what time and could give the information. And he goes, we all went, met at 5:15 and went over the GPSs, and no one went down Fairview that night. So we all just went back to work. And,
Wait. Okay, so this guy that's talking right now was told this story, correct?
information. And he goes, we all went, met at 5:15 and what GPS to make sure we
Why? Hold on, I gotta hear this again.
We sometimes drive through that neighborhood to get to where we're going. So he goes, exactly. He goes, but at this point in time, we didn't know anything. So we got the dispatch. Everyone started talking. We decided we sometimes drive through that neighborhood to get to where we're going. So we all were going to meet at 5:15 to go over our GPS to make sure we didn't go down Fairview, or if we did, we knew what time and could give the information. And he goes, we all went, met at 5:15 and went over the GPSs, and no one went down Fairview that night.
Okay, so what he's saying is, just in case anyone got confused like me, because I'm a dummy sometimes when I listen to podcasts, I'm a visual learner, so sometimes that's why I apologize always that I have to repeat some things and rewind, because I have to hear it again, and not to mention make sure I heard what I heard. So this guy tells him that they got a call that someone was hit by a plow around 4 a.m. So the plow drivers got together at 5:15 to go over their routes, their GPS, to see if anybody in their plow had went down Fairview around 4 a.m. And I'm assuming that's what he's saying, is that none of them did. You can't understand him? Sorry. Some random guy heard him talking about MKR and then followed him out of the bar to tell. Oh, that's right. Okay, so followed him out of the bar. Gotcha. Yeah. So they play the recording of the officer calling Canton PD after the guy's story. Oh, sweet. That's what I want to hear. And if you guys can't hear it, hold on. I'll just put it on YouTube instead of playing it through the speaker. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Damn it. Hold on. Give me a moment. I want to hear that PD call. And we haven't gone through the Google Drive yet either. We can do that too. When you guys, we got to make a day. Maybe we'll just put in a break from doing the trial this week and just strictly go over the Google Drive of evidence and stuff instead of trying to squeeze it in on a day we do testimony too. Yay. If you guys want, we can do it tomorrow. I mean, it's up to you. Like, after Jen's testimony here, we may need a mental break. I'm going to be honest. I may need one anyway. So maybe I'll do that tomorrow. We'll just plan on going through the Google Drive of evidence. Where's the rest? I always hate the way they do that. Oh, here it is. Okay. Wait.
At night. So we all just went back to work. And, you know.
You guys hear it okay?
We all got back. I think we were in, I don't know where he said he actually was, but they were all sitting around and someone brought it up to the boss about, well, hey, what happened with the plow guy? He goes, you want to forget you ever heard that. And he goes, it'd be best for, in your best interest for your job and your family. You never heard that. And and the kid looked pretty shooken up. That's the only reason why I took it seriously. And like he goes, I'm 29 or 28, 29. He goes, I got two young kids. He goes, what the fuck am I going to do? And so basically he was just venting, getting it off his chest because he hasn't been, at this point, it'd been a year and a half. And he hasn't told anybody. So he made sure that we'd never met before. I've never seen him since. Nobody knows who he was. I talked to the kid whose party it was. And yeah, and then, you know, a lot of personal stuff happened in my life. So I never really talked to anybody about it for a while. Because, you know, Eric, I'm good friends with a lot of people in Canton. And we have one mutual very good friend that I'm with pretty much one of my very best friends. But like both my parents passed away within a month. And, you know, I didn't really get out much until about February. And then I happened to bring it up to him. And he immediately said something that brought a lot of credence to it, like who owned the company. And it freaked me out because like within a second, like he knew exactly what he was talking. Like it's way too connected. You know what I mean?
Wow, it sounds to me like this person that told you that had held that in for well over a year and was looking for an opportunity to tell that story to somebody just to get it off his chest.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Wow. Let's talk about that for a minute. John, you muted, buddy.
I know. I didn't want to disturb the video, so I mute myself during the videos. Yeah. But that was episode 6. Yeah, and he was very, very believable.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Definitely.
We took that guy at face value. Why would he come on and lie? He doesn't want to show his face, and he wants to tell his story.
Well, I wouldn't have put my name behind it if I didn't trust him.
Correct.
He seemed, listen, I did this for a living. He seemed very credible.
Now, and now a lot of people that are watching have heard that. Well, if you're a cronk, you saw it, all right. And if you're an anti, you're going to be like, old news. This is old news. Okay, that might be. All right, we've heard that.
Hold on. Let's give some context. Okay. What was the name of the company he was referring to?
He was referring to a landscape company that is owned by a Canton police officer.
Okay. All right. So that's documented. Now, we know, at least from the earlier times, we knew there was the DPW, by the yard.
No.
And you're saying that this was a different company?
Absolutely, I'm saying.
I don't know what the
Okay,
point.
very good.
Hold
Very
on,
good.
guys.
You like that, Eric?
I haven't seen this before. I don't know what the point they're trying to make is, but what I took from it was almost like, because this was the theory that what happened to John at the house, they were going to blame it on Lucky or a plow driver. They threw him out on the lawn and said, my assumption, if that story is true, that someone called the police department to say someone got hit by a plow, that that was their setup. Like, that was their thing. They were going to put him out and say he got hit by a plow. The problem is, you're exactly right. His injuries don't make it look like he got hit by a plow, but his injuries didn't look like he got hit by a car either, but yet they still charged him. So they didn't care about that or didn't think about it. They just knew they could spin the story whatever way they wanted to. And my assumption is them comparing the fact that none of them went down Fairview was to prove a point that someone called in that knowing that he didn't get hit by a real plow, but maybe setting it up that way or to look that way.
Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
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 Okay. All right. So, like I said, I got a very generic. Just threw it out there because I was getting stuff left and right. I was getting more information than I could handle. I was like anything else. Just throwing it. Yes.
We know for a fact that through sources, very, very good sources, that the DPW's radios were down. All right, because of their repeater up at Ponkapog or something like that. I'm getting it wrong, but I know that the DPWs weren't working the way they should have. That doesn't mean that other company. I worked for Pogorski. Yeah. He had his own channels. The company I work for now, they have their own channels. There's lots of companies that have their own channels. They get their Motorola unit that's mounted in the truck with the little it's not
UHF.
Blizzard of 78. My father's on the TV.
I'm going to get to the call.
That this was supposed to be an inadvertent discovery, like,
and not enough snow that they were up
to chirp out. Hey, put this out in the radio. Let's see if anyone makes a discovery.
Mm-hmm. What are you saying? Original. Okay.
And the inadvertent.
How far is the call, Sarah? It's here-ish. Okay.
discovery would be might have got hit by a plow.
Lucky, and the other truck that was behind him.
Another truck.
No.
Yeah.
Chat's right in front of my face. That's
here. Hombres. We'll just leave it there. Yeah, you're gonna just show that you got a lot of
there's no way that happened. And stuff up.
Right. Well, listen.
We didn't come up with that guy.
But I knew from no reason.
The way we went down, right?
Somebody he has no idea who he is, and that person.
If he, right?
A better. You hear that call?
And if anyone else heard it, you know what it's like. Hey, did you hear what happened today?
Right. You hear that call? All right. So I want to set this up a little bit. So going along with the theory, no cars were out, right? Basically, no cars were out. So what would have been likely to make a discovery? A truck, right? A truck?
Plow truck.
Plow truck.
A monster. What was his plow on it? Like this loophole lawyer is amazing with his AI. Go like this.
Sure about listening to his
because you know something. Listen, we know. It's how about
the? I'm telling you, remember the old
you know what I like? Get a lot of.
You'll hear him say, but it's different. But he says, "Who the fuck is this chooch?" I love this guy. Listen. You guys gotta. I love Vinny or Benigo.
Since you
Benigo.
Yeah, you don't know.
You suggest.
Not actually, I think we're the
He doesn't have access.
Why?
Like you said, John, how many trucks were out?
All right,
this was a big event.
If someone has a timestamp for the call, I'm getting annoyed with this. I'm sorry, I can't listen to this guy. I'm just not my kind of people talk. I don't know. I don't even know where he stands. I would hear people talk about because this is Sean McDonough, right? This is where like Will has that funny video of him and that people in Aiden's chat and he says we'll give him Sean McDonough. I have no idea what people mean by that. I have no idea. If someone wants to explain it to me, I'd be grateful. But I don't know. But I just am annoyed by this. I'll be totally honest. Okay, so Sean is crazy. Do not take him seriously. Okay, thank you. I can't really listen to this crap. even fast forwarding, I'm like, what? Oh, thank you, Fresh Brown Eyes. I know. Sometimes I don't, and I don't remember when I'm trying to listen. So thank you. I really, really appreciate it. So you guys helping me out here. But I'm, and if a guy like this gives a copyright for this, whatever. Jeez, oh Pete, 43:10. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Okay, we're another 3 minutes of 10-second fast forwarding. I wouldn't have been able to make it. Okay, hold on. There we go.
Of January 29th, 2022.
Here we go.
Roll the tape.
Hey, look, slow down. There you go. Hey, look, quick question for you. Did we find the guy that got hit by the car yesterday? Yeah, they're dealing with that now. Oh, yeah, what happened there? I'll text you because some other people in there. Okay. All right, because was that the truck I was looking for the guy? What's that? Was that the track where I was looking for the guy? No, different thing. Oh, different. Gee, I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, what the hell the chances? All right, yeah, I'll get it going out. Yeah. Thanks, bro.
Okay, I need to play that again because I could not understand. I didn't watch the. I didn't watch that they had it transcribed.
Was that the truck I was looking for the guy?
Damn it. I gotta watch it with the transcription there.
22.
Okay, hold on.
Roll the tape.
Hey, did we find the guy that got hit by the tire thing? Yeah, they're dealing with that now. Oh, yeah, what happened there? I'll text you because some other people in there. Okay. All right, because was that the truck I was looking for the guy? What's that? Was that the track where I was looking for the guy? No, different thing. Oh, different. Gee, I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, what the hell the chances? All right, yeah, I'll give you a call. Yeah. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it.
All right, hold on. All right, let's go over this one more time, right from the very beginning. I'm going to identify these two people.
Yeah, can you identify it before you play it again?
I'm going to identify it. The person answered the phone, right? And you see it on the transcript. It jumped a little bit because the StreamYard, they suck. All right, it's William Theodore. Right, he's the dispatcher answering phone calls.
Eric, sorry, Sean. William Theodore, whose father was a select board member when this all first happened. He was
Tommy
the chairman
Theodore.
of the select board.
Very good guy, Tommy.
He's a very good guy. But Tommy Theodore was the chairman of the select board when this all went down.
I guess he was back then, right?
Okay. All right, keep going.
Okay. Now, the caller is another Canton PD guy. And it's been identified. I got his number. I'm not going to put it out there, but his name is Scott Brown.
Who's no
So let's
longer
go
with
through
Ken.
this one more time.
And he's no longer with Ken.
Yeah. About a month and a half after this.
Wow. Okay. So the caller is Scott Brown, who was a Canton police officer, no longer with Canton. The dispatcher was William Theodore, whose father was on the select board when all this happened. And instead of telling him what he's talking about, what happened, that call, he says, I'll text you. There are other people here. That's what got me right away. I mean, I'm very confused by that call. Thank you, Fresh Brown Ice, for the explanation. I got it. Explanation. Got it. Can't talk. So Sean thought that he was so important, he was afraid TB would turn him in to cut his jail time. That's why they joke, give him McDonough. I gotcha. So that guy, the gray-haired dude, thinks that he's so important in this movement or whatever that they were going to go after him next, kind of like Crypart thought they were coming after him too. Oh my God. And give their theory. Okay, I'll have to watch the rest of their theory and stuff on my own. I don't want to go over too much of their stuff on my channel right now. They think Tully and Berkey were in the dispatch. Huh. I don't know. I have my own opinions about Tully, which are completely different than what I think about Bukaki as well. So I don't know. I definitely have to listen to that. I don't know, Jeannie. I would think by now the FBI has to know about all of this. You'd think that with how many people are online doing so much research and posting so much stuff that they would have somebody, more than one somebody's working on this, like things that are posted and found, and especially with the Google Drive now online, where anybody and everybody can go through it if they want. New things, tiny things, even just on that waterfall video are being found. And I can't imagine what else is going to be found. I can, unfortunately, imagine how much stuff would have been found had the cops done their job, done phone extractions, and done all the things that they should have done right from the start, but didn't. Yes, he thought he was vital to uncovering the corruption. Oh my God. I don't even know who this man is. Like, I've never watched him before, ever, ever, ever. I only seen him. The only reason I knew he was the gray haired guy is because of Will's funny video of him in his streams. The FBI are letting us all do the work for them. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I mean, not really. Because I don't know. None of us know. That's the thing. None of us know what the FBI is doing, if they're doing anything. I hope that they are, but we can't guarantee that. And it's sad that some people believe Brennan when Brennan said that the FBI's case was concluded. No, it's not. They don't ever conclude a case until someone's convicted or proved not guilty or whatever. They don't just give up. Sorry. Okay, hopefully going back now to Jen McCabe's testimony won't have any technical issues. We're on my laptop, so these should be a little bit more seamless of a transition. I hope. Oops, bear with me while I fix my screen. There we go.
The second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you then?
The first couple calls, I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised you?
Yes.
And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying?
It was more of the Jen.
How was that?
Did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And in addition to Miss Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
Just
in a better way. Did
yeah.
you see a vehicle?
Yes.
And where was the vehicle, and what did the vehicle look like?
It was in my driveway. I believe the driver door was left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning?
Yes.
And so as she's coming up your walk towards your front door?
Running, yes.
And then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So
DEA?
I told
Gotcha.
Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Miss Reed showed up again?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with Miss Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up, and I believe I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car, and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, you know, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Kerry was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
Now, when you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that, again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather like that?
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Oh boy,
Yes.
Lally. Seriously?
And driving that vehicle from your house.
Was it
to
snowing?
Meadows
Are you
Avenue.
sure?
Yes.
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Yes.
You're familiar with that residence? You've been there plenty of times before.
Yes.
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts, did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the circumstances of that or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Kerry would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kids' sizes. So he took Kerry and myself and we went to Reebok and bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Kerry and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, you know, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you had as a contact?
Exactly.
On the phone? Had you ever texted her or called her or talked to her over your phone before?
No.
So you indicated that Mr.
Because Matt McCabe said the same thing. Apparently told Jen to tell Karen to shut up. Like, seriously? Her loved one is missing. Then, of course, found, whether they knew he was gone or not, but for the most part, gone. It's ridiculous. And as I've said before, I'm a crier. And the more excited or upset or mad I get, the louder I get. So, and the more you tell me not to cry, the more I cry. So the more I cry, the louder I get. So you try to tell me to shut up when I'm crying and upset, it's going to backfire. His freak out. I haven't seen his freak out. I've only seen that couple second video from Will the Glare. I'll have to find a freak out, the freak out video. That's why I said Sean is crazy. Don't take him serious. That freak out was crazy. I have to find it. Where is it? I'll play it if someone sends me a timestamp and what video it is. I want to see it. And if a cloud did hit John, then why all the weirdness with the McAlberts? Why all the butt dials, destroyed phones? Yeah. Jen not checking on her sister. Everyone acting strange. And least we forget. Yeah, we could go on and on and on, to be honest with you. That's been my point from the beginning. And especially in testimony, is that when Karina Kolakithis was on the stand, I said this. That's someone who was nervous. You could tell she was nervous, but she answered every question that was asked of her in a way that wasn't trying to spin a narrative or add details that didn't need there. She answered yes or no when she needed to. She didn't try to answer questions with answers that really didn't answer the question asked, like they all do. It makes no sense. If they have nothing to hide, Why did they all act like this? If I could ask them all one question, that would be it. Why did you do so many shady things? Why did you lie? Why did you do all of this if you have nothing to hide? He has a 2-hour freak out on a ton of people. Oh my God. Yeah, no broken bones or injuries from a vehicle. That was a scam they were going to use until Karen thought maybe she hit him. And then, had hit John's car and broke her taillight. Yeah, they got lucky with that shit. I wonder what would have happened if Karen hadn't ever hit John's car and broke her taillight. What would they have done then? If Karen still had said, oh my God, did I hit him? Would they have tried to pin down her with no broken taillight? Or would they have stuck to this plow theory they were going to try and go with, apparently? Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, she was honest. Karina Kolkeithus, you could tell she was nervous when she answered a question incorrectly. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. She corrected herself right away and just said, I'm nervous. She didn't go into some big, long explanation explaining why she didn't answer the question correctly. Yeah. Then Lucky would be in prison. Yeah. I mean, it's... And I don't blame him for never wanting to come out and do interviews and be in the public spotlight. I mean, I pray he's doing well.
Roberts then calls Miss Reed's phone while you're in Miss Reed's call, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that, Miss Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone that earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Miss Reed talking next to you and then obviously Miss Roberts on the other end.
Yes.
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Miss Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all that, you could hear Miss Roberts saying that?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway. Is that correct?
Hi, James.
Yes.
So fair to say you had.
You missed the party earlier.
Correct.
Now, when you were operating Miss Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed
We
up?
just had some fun conversation earlier.
I do not remember.
Now we're into the trial.
Recall anything as far as the camera or anything like that?
But I appreciate you being here, all of you.
I don't remember.
As always.
I don't remember.
You back the vehicle out of the driveway.
Mhm.
And you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in the straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Miss Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Miss Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing?
Oh my God, you guys, I just thought of something. Okay, so today's Sunday. I don't know what I was thinking. See, yesterday not being online, I think threw me off. It being my birthday yesterday and everything. I planned on doing my psychology lessons every Sunday night at 10 o'clock or 10:30ish. Now, I already agreed to go on Angie's stream tonight. So I will probably do a late night, late night, since I stay up at night, or maybe I'll do it tomorrow evening. I can't do it tomorrow night because I work tomorrow night. So we'll figure it out. But keep an eye out for a post. If you want to attend the psych lesson, it'll be sometime either late night tonight or tomorrow. Otherwise, catch it on replay.
Yourself and Miss Roberts' attention.
The back right.
Hey, Sarah.
Passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is they were missing. I saw
You've analyzed her 15 times. Yeah, I haven't really done it yet because I want to see both their testimonies.
And at some points, how long a period of time is this the driveway, Ms. O'Keefe's driveway, looking at the cracked up?
Not long, because then Carrie's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Your Honor, the post mission I would ask if I could publish on screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Okay. And Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What is it?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So from facing...
And I'm going to show you right here. Okay, look at this picture of John's house. The way the picture is taken doesn't give you a deceiving look of the lawn, does it? Which goes to show you that they can take a picture without deceiving you on how big the lawn looks. But they did it on purpose. Jeannie says, I hope it's tomorrow. I fall out after 11. No worries. It'll probably be tomorrow, I'll be honest with you, because of I haven't been sleeping well. And then yesterday being out all day, and the night before I was up, streaming, and then in the chat rats and Angie, I haven't slept very much. So it'll probably be tomorrow. I'm going to be totally honest with you. But I figured if I did get it ready and was up and wide awake, I thought, what the hell? But who knows? But I'm going to let you know that it will probably be tomorrow. And while we're paused here, I am going to take a look at this freak out. We're not going to play. Thanks, James. Appreciate it. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Well, of course, I'd rather do it when everyone can be here, but I know that, with so many streamers going live and some of them don't always give an advance notice, it's hard, That's why I'm going to try my best to always do mine at least a day in advance, like my notices a day in advance. The only reason I didn't do it was for today was because yesterday I took a break from the internet and the tubes mostly to enjoy my birthday, hang out with someone, and yeah, so hey, Zach, thanks for coming. We are going to watch a bit of Shaun of the Gulf's freak out in a second, as soon as I get it pulled up. I would assume he does it for quite some time, but we are not going to watch it all. We're going to watch a few minutes just so I can see what this guy is all about. I have never seen him stream before until the few minutes we watched of that phone call and stuff. History.
Protect himself even. Well, I can't be played person trying to play me, playing for themselves.
Like puts it out and it's all falling everywhere. She wants to create some scene or whatever and have her authority.
Seriously?
I think that's dramatic.
4 months? Come on now.
3 months?
Thank you, Poppy. Thank you so much.
Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage.
All right. Now, what was the timestamp, Sarah? I forgot. 7:50. Okay. Uh-oh, Zach found you. You want Alan Jackson? He's coming. We're about halfway through Cross. And we'd be farther along, but we were having my birthday chat instead at first. And then I was having, technological issues. And I had to switch to a new stream. Zach, uh-oh. Garage. Yeah, I can't say it like her either, no matter how hard I try. Dever, whatever. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's see. Said 7 minutes and something, I think. Oh, there we go.
You're welcome.
Yeah. You're welcome.
It was fine, like, because he was shitting on like Kevin and all these other people, and then once he starts talking about the FKR people, everyone was like freaked out. All right, so should we just get right into it?
Let's get right into it. That is our backstory.
All right, I didn't know these people or like any of this.
Oh,
okay, here we go.
Oh, I love it.
Okay,
I don't have anxiety now.
okay. So this is 8 minutes in. This is once he starts. This is once he picks up. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Go, Sean.
All right.
And so I said, well, I better do something for mental health. So what did I do? I go watch Plevin from his show on Friday night. And I'm glad I did, because I said, this is it. So the first thing I saw was this fool, Jules. I don't know what she calls herself. Jules, the real deal. Jules, the artist formerly known as whatever the fuck she is. Fucking, she's a scorched earth, a witch doctor. Who the fuck knows what she is, right? But I saw her. Now listen, back in the day when she was on Team Reed, I saw her giving up all this shit. And I said, you know something, maybe she does have good sources. Well, when I was watching this show, I was watching the chat. And I'm saying, look at this mofo. She goes, I've got it on good authority that Alan Jackson funded Sean McDonough. I said, oh, beautiful. Now I know she's a bunch of fucking bullshit. And I kept reading, and people saying, give us the dirt. Jules, give us the whatever her name is. I don't even know what her name is now. It's Jules, like a jewelry.
Who is he talking
about? It's not Julie from last night on Rogie Rogue, but I don't know. She's some fucking medic, some wannabe medic. I don't know, but she's a half of ass.
Okay, so whenever you need to pause, you let me know. But you can tell right now that he's like, he hasn't even he's getting into it.
Right, he's gearing the fuck up.
Okay.
She really
I don't
is.
remember any of it.
But getting back to her, she said,
Really?
and I know they brokered a deal. When Aiden was in jail, Alan Jackson reached out to Sean, and he said, Sean, I'm going to fund your YouTube channel.
Wait,
and Sean says, okay.
To himself? Is he talking about himself in the third person? Did he seriously just do that? Uh-oh, Zach wants a surprise for his birthday. Julie Carp? I don't know who that is either. I've heard, oh, Carpenter. Okay, gotcha. McDonough is mentally ill, apparently. He seriously he did. He was talking about himself in the third person, right? Like, I heard that.
And I'm going to give you all this money, and I'm also going to make sure you get on all these crazy ass news outlets, like whatever, right? And she says, I've got it on great authority. I said, well, beautiful. Well, she's done. It's over with. Her credibility right down the fucking tube, right? Then Kevin's out there, and starts talking about Alan Jackson broken a deal between Aiden and his team. And I said, oh, beautiful. This is going to get him right into the trick bag. Because what Kevin doesn't realize, right? He doesn't have a pot to piss in. But Jackson doesn't give a fuck about that. He really doesn't. I'm going to tell you right now, right? Kevin Lenahan right now has walked himself not into the crosshairs of Alan Jackson and company, but what he did.
No, Zach, who is that? I love parodies and stuff like that. Send me whoever his name it is. I want to watch it. Yes, you should. That would be freaking hilarious.
And that's the next step. What he did to this unsuspecting juror, right, was nothing short of a predator's letter, okay? And why I know this is because the way he set it up, all right? See, Kevin, and you'll see this today. You'll see everything of why I've studied this guy since day one, right? And the last thing I ever thought is that I would ever come out and bang up a guy who's dealing with 4-stage lung cancer, whatever the fuck he says he's dealing with. And guess what? I believe he is. But guess
he's talking about Plebin? Wait, I'm so confused now. Wasn't he talking about Aiden? Like, he's talking about himself in the third person. He's jumping around about this Jules. Now he's talking about Plebin. Like, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is it just me or what? Like, I'm already so confused. And we're what, a minute in? Yeah, he's a whack job. I can already tell. And it's been 60 seconds. Yeah, I've seen that before. I don't know what that is. What is Yellow Cottage Tales? I have no clue. Oh, Clevin. Yeah. That guy is such an idiot. I'm sorry. If he's dealing with cancer, my prayers and thoughts are with you, but you're a moron. Buckle up, Buttercup, because I don't think it gets better. Yeah, Plebin is Yellow Cottage. I got it. It's hard to follow the ramblings of a lunatic. You're damn right it is. Holy shit. All right, here we go. Let me see if I can figure out where this mofo is going with this shit.
Guess what? When you are that guy and you say you're living 3 months at a time, you don't turn an evil hand on people who've never touched you. Okay?
Whoa, pause it.
Now,
pause it.
We're going to go way back on this idiot. All right.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like that for me,
I love her.
me hearing that and hearing it back now, I remember what was said, but no lie detected. Do not turn an evil hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that rings true even today.
Yeah, when you're
That's
living
what I
3 months at a
thought.
time. Right.
Uh-huh.
You don't,
I have heard that he had like 3 months to live like 4 years ago or something. I don't know. Like, he's just a moron. Like, I've talked about this before. I really haven't watched I haven't watched any of his shit besides making fun of the foreskins and that video he did with Loophole and Sam Beningo, and he contradicted himself and then admits, oh, I was in another hospital during the first trial, but I wrote a book about it, and I know positively that girl testified that she was sleeping in the back seat. No, she didn't. Yeah, dumb. And then my main point, I made a short about this. is every time he was asked a good dang question about why he believes something without these, there's no proof of this. There's no, what would, how did he spin and roll, and how did this happen? And his answer was always, well, I don't know. Oh, you don't know? But he used the phrase indisputable evidence of her guilt. If your answer to every question about how this happened is I don't know, that is not what indisputable means. So I'm sorry, he's a moron. Clevin is a bullshit artist. You're telling me. Okay, Zach, see you when you get back. I just rhymed. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Behave while I'm gone and unlock the door. Well, maybe. I can't guarantee we'll behave, but maybe we'll leave the door unlocked.
Right. He's right.
Yes, agreed.
Ready?
Ready. Sorry, baby.
No, do not apologize. We pause whenever. I've seen this, upwards of 5,000 times now so far.
Well, do you know what I remember? The only lines that I remember, babe, are what Sweet Potato have said to me. I remember it in El Jefe's voice. I know the parts, the specific parts.
Yeah.
That Sweet Potato has said to me.
My ditzy girl, because I'm a fucking giggler. Ah!
Exactly. My girl.
Boy.
Call him a mofo is too nice. He is
LGBT.
one slime motherfucker. He's a slime ball. But the way he set this up, see, he doesn't get this, right? He writes this letter. God knows how he got this person's name or her email.
Oh.
But he wrote her a letter like a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? Like, Uncle Kev, I'm Uncle Kev. I'm this nice guy, right? Fuck you, Kevin. And I know you're watching. You got to watch right now, buddy, because it's going to come crashing down on you, you little fuck. All right? Because I got you right by the balls like I should have had many, many months ago. But I let you
you got him right by the balls?
You get that rope, really? Kevin. I gave you so much fucking rope because you, my friend, mistook my kindness to you for weakness.
Amen.
And buddy, you have no fucking idea whose trap you just came into. But just hold on right there, brother. So as he's talking to this woman, whoever she is, guy, woman, I don't know.
Hey, them.
He already knew he was going to kill her. He knew he was going to line her up. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now that was email. Because you know why he did it? Because he saw Aiden on, I guess it was Tuesday night, about when Aiden said, "Hey, Kev, we know you did. I'm not going to give it up. We know you did." So he knew the jig was up, right?
Wait, what? You're not going to get it up? What the fuck?
Hey, Kev, we know you did. I'm not going to give it up. We know you did. So he knew the jig was up.
I thought he said, "Get it up." I'm like, what the fuck are you? I still don't know what he's talking about. I don't know. Sorry, Barb, I just saw your comment. Oh my God, I randomly did the I'm a ditzy girl today in the kitchen movement, funky laugh thing. The hubby and daughter were very confused what was happening. Yeah, we all have those moments.
Right? But see, he was playing cute.
Oh, look, Barbara.
Because he sent that woman 2 emails. He only had the balls to bring out 1 email, right? Because Kevin, see, the thing about Kevin is he has all these old mistresses, all these spinsters, right? Like the Julie Carpenters of the world, right? Look at her. Look how insecure she is. How many more times does she got to plunge up her tits on the show, right? Look at her. Tell me she's not insecure. Karen McCormick, right? Who she said to me, right, that her father said, allegedly, a high-ranking police officer in the state of New York says, well, Sean, maybe they did crack the taillight just to make sure the evidence was more solid. Point, that's a fucking idiot right there. She is She's worse than Kevin. She's cut from the same cloth. You got these other half-asses. Kay Peters, same way. Who else is on their team? It doesn't matter. The bottom line is this. When Kevin wrote that email, he coached it in, oh, I'm going to protect you. And anonymity, really? Anonymity? You're going to protect her anonymity, Kevin? Really? And he writes it and all this. He knew exactly what he was going to do because his actions, right, was completely opposite of what his words were. Because after he gave that email, he went through the list of the jurors' questions. And I watched this. I said, oh, buddy, Kevin, you really fucked up this time. Because, see, the thing about Kevin is, right, he's really stupid. I gave him, listen, to my own detriment, I gave him so much fucking credit, right, to my detriment. I mean, Aiden crushed me. Other people on the free Karen crushed me, right? I did have a...
Farm girl, if you could only see my face right now, if I had makeup on, I would seriously just put my camera on because I am like I'm trying so hard to get even a quarter of the way to where he's going, and I just can't. What?
Have a soft spot for him. I was close to Dave. Wait till I line up Dave. Dave, buddy, I'm sorry, pal. I'm sorry. You're not getting fucking out of this one that easy, buddy. You showed your true colors back whenever the fuck I put that fucking picture of Kevin out. And I didn't even know who you were. The way you came at me, you little pussy. Hey, you weren't that fucking strong, David McGrath. Hey, guess what? Back when you didn't know who Antiquated Rogue was, you were shitting your pants. Call me, oh, Sean, fucker, this guy, Andy Rogue. He's a real cop. These guys mean it. You fucking shook like a little leaf, you little pussy. You are a pussy, Dave. And if I ever see you, I will smack you up and down this fucking highway in 75. You are a little fucking phony. And guess what? Oh, I'm in AA. And you're drinking your balls off on TV. You little fucking scumbag.
Okay, okay. Who is he talking about now? I am so damn confused. Barbara. I am here to chat because I have done this before and don't remember much, so don't think I got it last time either. What the fuck is he talking about? What?
Why? I don't give a fuck who you are. You're a fucking fraud. You belong in the jail, guys. You ain't no fucking cop. Fuck you, motherfucker. But you got me today, buddy, and you're gonna get. Everyone's gonna get me. I might go off on the free Karen side because at this time right now, I could give two fucks. I don't care. I've had it. I have fucking had it.
Yes.
All right. Let's get back to Kevin. That was when I sent fucking knew what he was doing. Text. Right? He was gonna line her up. Get her into the fucking the predator's web. Okay.
Yeah, and see, this is exact. I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, this is exactly why I never had a Twitter account. Okay, and this is why, even though I have one now, I still don't use it. Very, very rarely do I even open the damn program because it makes you nuts. Holy shit. I think it's the twit-twat turtle boy derangement syndrome. When you got the twit-twat cesspool brain combined with turtle boy derangement syndrome, I swear to God, you're just in your own world. Yeah, some graph guy. I have no idea what he's fucking. He keeps changing. He keeps saying names, but I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Hey, Shelly, welcome back. Yeah, this is just hilarious. Like, I'm so confused. Someone asked if it was Aiden's dad. Oh my God, I missed it. I'm trying to look at the chat, but I keep looking at him thinking he's going to make a point soon, and I just can't get there. She did. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about her right now. I just can't with that girl. Can't. Yeah. Where'd Cosby go? Did he go live today, I wonder? I don't know. Maybe just hanging out on a Sunday. Yeah. Twitter is a cesspool, man. It's insane.
And like I said, I don't know what happened in those bars. Someone does. So what do people think they just made up these stories about him, right?
What bars?
He let her in and she denied.
Dude, the best part is what, you think people just made up these stories? That is the shadiest thing. What, you think these are just fucking made up out of nowhere, Kev?
Thin air? Thin air, Kev?
Kev, come on.
Uncle Kevin.
Oh
my
God.
You're good, Shelly. I'm just glad
Double.
you're here.
Him. Sent the shit to Aiden, and then he said, "Ah, fuck, my game's up." So what he did was goes through on the list of everything. He said she perjured herself.
Oh.
She should be arrested.
Okay.
She should be brought in by the state police. Right? This is what a predator does. When the predator
That was
doesn't know
me.
what's going on,
That's your Tim tax.
right?
Oh,
when the
Jesus.
prey doesn't know what's going on, that's when they.
I
That's
just have to say this. If anyone actually watches that, oh, Costy's here. Yeah, give him McDonough. Maybe you can explain what the fuck he's talking about. But if you guys like watch the foreskin, let me know if Tuesday made her point from like last week. Because I just can't. Yeah. She never. It takes her till next Wednesday to make her point. That was awesome, Barbara. It was. We need an OG like Cosby, and poof, there he is. What is this? What don't we have any wrenches here? I don't know who my wing is. I don't know what her point is. I have no problem with what she's saying, but I don't, or he, I just don't know why they keep saying it. Gotta go eat dinner, brush brown eyes, check Discord. I posted a link to the original, but oh, thank you. Yes, I am. I definitely am now. Yep, we rang you, Cassie. Thanks for coming. Nobody knows what he's talking about. All right, let's see.
That's when they fucking strike. That's exactly when they strike. Okay? This motherfucker, Kevin, I don't give a fuck what you're suffering from, but you are a stupid mofo. You are the worst kind. Now, guys, here's the thing. YouTube channels, I don't give a fuck. You could say the moon is black. That's your prerogative. Kevin can say I'm full of shit. That's his prerogative. But when he fucking went low and created lies about me, I said, that's it. 1 lie, 2 lies, 3 lies, 4 lies, 5. There's a million fucking lies. Why? Because he knew he had nothing to stand on. 0. He's a fucking weak. And guess what? He says he's the champion for people who are bullied. Well, I got proof right now that he's nothing more than a bully. He's very fucking lucky he's up there in Andover. I know exactly where that motherfucker lives. He's very lucky I don't take a trip up there and rip him from limb to limb.
Ooh,
all right? He doesn't know who the fuck he's dealing with. But Kevin, you took my fucking kindness towards you as weakness. And now, you know something, pal? The bear is out. You fucked with the wrong guy. And guess what? Chrissy fucking Albin knows you're a pussy because you couldn't fucking keep him happy.
Chrissy,
right? Your little buddy Dave gave it all up to me when he was
Chrissy
shaking like a
Albin?
leaf. Right? Your little buddy Dave gave it pussy because you couldn't fucking keep him happy. What? Chrissy fucking Albin knows you're a pussy because you couldn't fucking keep him happy. Right? Your little buddy Dave gave it all up to me when he was shaking like a leaf because Antiquated Rogue ended up being J Pussy fucking Robert. J Robert was a pussy. He still is. Look at the girly hands he has. Right? He's a pussy. But guess what, Kevin? He actually did a pretty good job on his first and second show. I give the kid credit. He's on a half-ass like you. Right? You had, how many times were you on on fucking this website, this fucking StreamYard shit? How many times, Kevin?
Okay,
When you first brought
he
me on.
just said fucking, but he won't say motherfucker. Mopo. It's a mopo. Oh my God.
Right? You said, okay, Sean, I'm going to pre-record this. All right. I'm pre-recording this whole thing. I hope you can hear me. If this wasn't taped, I'm going to be pissed.
This is a pre-record? This isn't a live? And then he posted this shit? As if it makes any sense? Oh my God. It's one thing to go live and just like run your mouth and realize that you're so angry you don't know what you're saying. But you record it and then post it? Like, oh my God. Yeah, we don't know who McGrath is. He kept spitting out names and then he talks about himself in the third person, so we don't know who the fuck he's talking about. Uh-oh. Better check on James in a little bit. We may need to send an ambulance. Funny story. I actually found the Karen Reed case because of one of Sean's videos, which portrayed. Oh my God. Oh my
God. My friend, the guest in there, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
My
the
guest.
Can you hear me? Tell me you can hear me. Fuck. All right. This is not bad. All right. Here's the bottom line. All right. Time out for a minute. I got to figure this out.
You got it.
Thank you. Can you hear me? You're good. All right.
We can hear
Thank
you.
Christ. All right.
I'm putting thumbs up in the
this
chat.
mofo, we're setting up the first show. All right. This is back, I don't know, July. All right. See, I didn't realize the game.
Oh.
I was fucking green. I'm a fucking retired DEA guy. I do one show with Turtle, but I didn't know who the fuck he was either. Aiden Connie, come on. Right? I came on. I had 2 seconds to spare until I figured out how to do stream mats. A pain in the balls.
It is a pain in the balls.
So
it is.
When Kevin fucking said, okay, I'm going to bring you on, Sean, and all this other shit, he tells me, Sean, I'm going to pre-record this. So just relax. I'm going to do edits. I'm going to do this. I got the whole thing. Because if you look at the first time he had me on, I'm like an asshole. I'm fucking saying this to him, hey, Kevin, how you doing? It's the most unprofessional thing. This guy, even today, he still can't figure it out. That's how fucking inept he is. He's not smart. He's a failed businessman. He's a failed student. He's a failed writer. And guess what he is? He's living in mommy and daddy's little fucking house. He's got no house. He's got no job. And he's got no life. And you know something, pal? Kevin, I think you're a serial predator. I do think there's smoke there, buddy. And when there's smoke, there's fucking fire. And all it takes is one woman, one fucking woman, Kevs, that remembers you from the 70s and 80s, right? Going to your little fucking Leitrim or the Blondie store in Worcester. And all it takes is one. You know how it happens, Kevin? They repress their memories. And all of a sudden, decades go by and they get help. And all of a sudden, they remember the big, tall fucking creep who said his name was Uncle Kevin. Right. How many times, Kevin, did you role play as Uncle Kevin? Were you that guy, Kevin? Come on, tell it out. You know, you see the girls that you served all night, right? I'm not saying you put roofies in the drink. I don't know what the fuck you did. If you're that guy, who knows? But did you play Uncle Kevin? What was your hitch, Kev? How'd you hook him?
Oh.
What?
Help.
It's redder than a beet, dude.
How'd you hook him, Uncle Kevin? Women have repressed memories. Oh my. We get
saw them a little fucking woozy, right? Saw them woozy and say, hey, listen, so-and-so, if you want, you can sleep it off. Come on upstairs. Nothing will happen, right?
Yes.
That's what Uncle Kevin. That's what Uncle Kevins do. Some people use the puppies. Some people, hey, priests use the collar, the sacristy, the confessional. They use it all. Trust me. I got two brothers that got done by one priest. I know that. All right. I know all about it. Some other people use booze and drugs. All kinds of problems. Some other people use power, kidnap people. What kind of guy were you, Kevin? I don't know. Well, tell me, Kevin. Right? Since it's okay, Kevin, for you to lie about me, because I'm going to tell you guys, I'm not going to embarrass this motherfucker. You should have seen all the texts he and I went through. And it came out like this. Trust me. He says, Sean, I have never told a lie about you. I almost fell off my fucking chair. I never told a lie. Okay. But then he see, he wants to deflect. This is what he does. If you look at anyone who's ever been on his show, right? And it ever turns, right? Well, like he did with me.
Oh.
Like he did with me. I went on his show. He says, I fucking barged in. Buddy, you're the gatekeeper. You click that button to send me the link.
Amen.
I was laying in that bed right there, sick as a fucking dog, but I want to tell my story. And you almost let me get it, Kevin, didn't you? But you know what you did? You cut me off. You told me to shut the fuck up, right? Remember that? I got the clip. We could play it all fucking night here, buddy. But I got something better. But so what he does, he deflects. When you know, see, this is the thing about it. I've studied him now.
Is that a bar? Is that the bar that you were talking about? It says Plebin was part owner of a failed bar in Worcester. Is that this one? What is it? Leatrums? What the hell is that kind of name for a bar? It's weird. Leatrums? Did I say it right? Latrums? Alrighty then. Wow. Look at his face, man. Holy moly. Oh, it's an Irish bar. Gotcha.
People want to say, oh, Sean, why do you give that fucking guy the time of day? Because you know something? It's therapeutic for me. You guys will never understand it. It keeps me fucking sharp. I get to watch a guy like that. I get to watch guys. I watch them for fucking 35 years and still today.
Okay. It keeps them sharp. And we started this at what, Sarah? 7 minutes? So, yeah, 18 minutes have gone by and I have no fucking clue what he's going on and on about besides Plevin being a mofo and telling him some lies.
Because I can pick them out a mile away.
Oh.
He's a fucking wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm telling you right now. And all those half-asses, the Julie Carpenters, fucking Jen, what's her name? Coffenhager, fucking Karen McCormick, right? You're a fucking weasel, Karen. You are. Oh, Sean, it's gross. Gross, Karen? What's gross to you? My truth? My truth, Karen? Is that gross? Seriously, Karen? You're a fucking nut. You are a nut. Giggle. Oh, I'm giggling.
That's
I'm
me.
giggling. I'm going to be a little fucking ditz. I'm a ditzy girl because I'm a fucking giggler. Oh, let me giggle. And the other guy, fucking Wolfgang. I mean, tell him to get the dick out of his mouth when he talks. Wolfgang, whatever his name is. Millennial, whatever, boundless millennial. All right.
Who is he talking about now? He just keeps going off. I don't know who the fuck he's talking about. He was talking about Karen. And now, who the fuck is Rogie Rogue? By the way, Costi, you mentioned that earlier. I don't know who Rogie Rogue is. What it is. Who it is, I have no fucking clue. What the hell? Who? Oh. I'm so confused.
I'm getting bangs on the door here. Hey.
Suzanne!
At this point, his wife is banging on the door, telling him to come.
Suzanne!
Oh my God.
You just told
he's married.
Boundless Millennial to take the dick out of his mouth.
Jimmy.
He's the person alive. At this point, I parked my car. I'm like, oh, I'm not going anywhere.
Jimmy, the moment in which Sean McDonough, former DEA agent Sean McDonough, told a gay man named Boundless Millennial to take that dick out of his mouth.
Oh,
I left.
He's gay? And that's what he said? Oh my God. What a dick. Oh my God.
Left my body, babe. I go, I am pacing. I got to tell you, this day, Jimmy, I did 10,000 steps in an hour and a half, I was just back and forth. If there was carpeting downstairs in my home, there would have been, I was making a path. Nothing could stop me. I was all the way amped fucking up. And as soon as he says, I'm hearing the banging on the door, I'm like, Suzanne is going to break. I remember thinking, I'm having flashbacks.
Hey, James, come to my psych lesson tomorrow and you'll gain it back. That'll be my penance for everyone losing some brain cells today.
Right? Here's my a woman's repressed memory is coming back. I'm thinking, Suzanne is getting in. She is going to say like this, like, you know, like, and yet take off. She was going to take off.
Oh, okay. So the guy, this boundless millennial guy, threatened Karen Reed on Krusty's stream. Oh my God. So did he seriously maybe deserve that kind of comment? I mean, I don't know if anyone really deserves that kind of comment, to be honest, but okay. I mean, wow. What an ass. Yeah, it is, Barbara. That's why it's better to watch it this way than it is to watch the actual rant itself.
Turn off the Wi-Fi if needed, but we are not even near anything.
Nothing.
Yep.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. We needed this today.
We needed this.
Anyway, so I'm gonna get back. So
this was before the
he starts
threat?
deflecting.
So he just said that to a wow. Wow.
When I'm getting him, I got all the texts. I save it all because I know he's going to use them against me. I hope he does. He says, when you went after Paul and Carl Dougal, right? That you crossed the line.
He just
I just came back. So you know what you do? You let him hook himself. I said, so that gave you the right, Kevin, to tell lies about me? I mean, Kevin, I said it. I know that car was fixed. I know John Sr. knows it was fixed. And Kevin, you know something? The problem with you and me is you're not me, pal.
Now we're talking
You're
about
not that guy. You're not that guy. Right? I forgot more about accident investigations than you'll ever know. Keep counting fucking key cycles, Kevin, or whatever you do. But guess what?
He's reading.
Because I took a shot at Paul and Carl Dougal. Paul knows what happened. Paul knows exactly what happened.
Yeah. If anyone does that, Katie, let me know, because I'd like one too, because I have no clue either, because I don't use it. I get so confused.
Knows. Carl Dougal knows. John Cena knows. Whole family knows.
John Cena knows
they
what?
know. Guess who else knows?
What? Now we're talking about
Eric
John
Wade
Cena?
knows.
See, Helmet knows you're a pussy.
Right?
can't
Eric
see
Wade
me?
knows. You see, Kevin,
Eric Wade.
You're an outsider. I'm an insider
You
with
can't
35
see me
years of
because
law
I got my
enforcement
hoodie
experience.
over
You're some
my head.
fucking troll up in a fucking attic in fucking Andover. You fucking piece of shit. Yeah, you are. You're up in Andover. But if I was up there right now, I would tear you from limb to
Let me
limb.
know when
What
you
you've
do,
done to
Bobby.
me and my guest. And my guest. You assaulted. You took aim at Peter Murphy. You took aim at Joan. Right? You took aim
Who is
at
Peter
every
Murphy and
guest
Joan?
I had on my show. And you took aim at me. You took aim at Mark Betterow. You took aim, obviously, Aiden, right? Because why? Because you can't compete. You took aim at
Well, he did say
Mike
something
Crawford,
right there.
right? You took aim at what's his name? Poor Will. Will, what's your thing again? Will, I'm sorry, Will. You took aim at Will because what? Right? Because he did a thing on you. You called him Bill. You. What the fuck is Will's show? Come on, help me out here, chat.
The Glare?
Will's show. Jesus Christ, I
Not
watch
that
him
hard
all the
to
time.
remember.
You called him Bill. It's you, pal. You called him Bill. He returned the favor and called you Pleva. But you will never admit that. See, you will never admit that. You have never admitted you were wrong.
Oh.
I've got you by the balls. And I'm only going to give a very,
He's still got him by the
very
balls.
brief
Go on.
collection of my book on you. Olivia Lambo
I don't
has
know
a
who that
treasure
is,
trove
so
on you, pal.
I'm not gonna, I guess.
My next guest
God.
has a treasure trove on you too, buddy. But I'm gonna let that be still for a while. Because this guy, my next guest was a gift. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I am so happy I didn't pull the plug last night. I'm glad I wasn't here at the studio. I'm so happy that I didn't pull the plug and do the show last night. Cause I'd probably be in YouTube jail. Collier County would be down here locking me up. But there's a reason, right? Good things happen to good people.
So what he's saying is that if he had done it the night before, we'd be even more lost, but ready to call the YouTube cops on him. Okay. Gotcha.
People, right? And I've been praying a lot, right? So I took the time out. I got a toolbox, Kevin. All right, I've got a toolbox. I know how to handle you. So as I'm preparing for this show, I get a blast from the past. That's right, Kevin. Guy, you're not going to like my friend. And he's got your number, but we're going to get to him pretty soon here, okay? So, people, what I want to do here is I want to set a few things up. And like I said, the last thing I wanted to do was take a shot at this guy. I gave him enough rope, but the worst he got, he had this poor girl. I don't know if her name was Lana or Dana. I wish the heck I could find out who she was. If she's watching, reach out to me somehow. She was incredible. She was calm. She was respectful. But guess what? She called him on his bullshit. And when you do that to Kevin, and you could see him rising up. You could see him. I thought for sure he was going to tell her to shut the fuck up like he did to me. All right. So whoever that is, but I'll tell you,
Lana Del Turtle.
I've called them out. But this is the great thing about having these YouTube shows. You can call anyone else. You can call them on their bullshit.
Pause it for 1 second.
Why be a fraud and make
Okay, so it was Lana Del Turtle. She did like a not a verses, but like whatever with Kevin. The only other people who had ever done that on a show was me and Cully.
I'll look it up, Katie. Hold on.
And we did it on Nurse Kim Dave Live. And
from Truth and Transparency.
No, Lana Del Turtle. She's a blonde, a pretty brunette girl, and she was like a attorney, or she was going to law school.
Twitter page, I think, and I think it's a guy.
Oh,
yeah. So maybe it's
it's a different person. I lied. Then her name was Lana.
Okay, so Lana Del Rey.
Lana Del Rey sang a song with Yellow Cottage Tails Kevin Linehan, and it was he was difficult. That was a difficult watch. I remember it. And she was very respectful, but when you can't meet, this was always the problem when any of us would try to have like a productive conversation, we have to be able to set a base standard of fact. And there was no, like, if I can't build a foundation, we can have differences of opinions of what happened afterwards, right? But we have to be able to have this firm set of facts, and I couldn't get there with antis because I tried, Jimmy, I tried so hard, and I know a lot of people really did, to be like, well, can I meet you on this set of facts? Nope. Can I meet you here? Can I meet you here? And I just was not able to find that ever, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah. What a world.
Yeah.
And look at Sean's face as this continues to go. So like as a nurse, what I remember being like, I don't want him to have, like, I could feel my blood pressure was rising, and I'm like, and so is his, as he continued to like ramp up. And I get that way with Aiden too. I get like, if he's really, really going, I get worried about him. I just don't, I just don't want anybody to like blow a gasket, literally.
I mean, I don't know. Whenever it happens, I kind of like sit back and watch. I'm like,
Oh yeah.
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 Damn it, what's his channel's name again?
Warm me up that soup.
I always forget. Why didn't he just name his channel Shaun of the Golf? Or is that like a nickname someone else gave him? I trust his love. Thank you for coming. What's his channel's name? I keep forgetting. Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Yeah, Shaun of the Golf. What's his channel's name? Off the deep end. Oh, she sent it to me in Discord. Oh, that's right. Duh. Thank you, Sarah. See? My retarded brain isn't working today. She did tell me that in case I wanted to watch it. I could watch the original. Wow, am I dumb. Here we go. Oh, this is X. Hold on. This is his X page. Twitter, twat, whatever you want to call it. Okay, hold on. Let me go to this link on the twat page. Oh, this is Yellow Cottage Tail link. Okay, I'm so confused. I'm sorry, guys. If anyone knows his channel's name, because Yellow Cottage Tail is Plebin, right? Wow, am I so confused? Hey, Hippie Chick. If anyone knows, if Hippie Chick, do you know Shaun of the Golf page name? Below in Discord, that's the link with the full video that Auntie Deb played from. Then, but it's listed as Yellow Cottage Tail. Hold on, unless I'm seeing it wrong. And that I wouldn't be surprised because I don't know. I don't use the twat, so I could be totally wrong on that. Hold on. So when I go to the link, it takes me to X. Sean McDonough's page at Lepardo8. with a video that says Yellow Cottage Tail. When I click that, oh, okay, wait, hold on. Wait. Why won't it take me to the link? So when I click that video, it just shows me the video. It doesn't take me to a YouTube page. Yeah, Plebin is Yellow Cottage Tail. Okay, got that. Hold please. The black hold please. I say that too. I got that from Miss Melanie. Happy 420 Mountain Time. I'm not playing Plebin. I refuse to listen to that man. Nope, nope, nope. Thank you. Thank you, hippie chick. Oh, he's got a back channel. That's why. Okay. Gotcha. Because I thought someone told me it's Canton Chronicle. That's where we watched the video or the phone call. The plow drive phone call. But when I went to Canton Chronicle, it was only a year old, so it couldn't have been. I was like, it's not that one. Gotcha. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can find it now on here. Poem posts. Oh, he doesn't have any videos on here, does he? Oh my God, I'm so confused. This link, Sarah, takes me to the back channel, which doesn't have anything. So I made a back channel. Okay, I got it. I'm so confused. Canton Chronicles is John Como. Oh, okay, got ya. He got rid of the original channel. Okay. Oh, I got you. So it's on his Twitter. Okay, I got it. Okay, see, I am Twitter illiterate. Okay, I don't know how to use the Twitter. So no wonder it wouldn't take me to a YouTube for that video because it was on Twitter. Okay, we'll get back to it. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Oops, you guys call the shots. Oh, no, not that one. Oh, I am retarded. Hey, everybody. Wait, hold on.
Hi, Joy.
On video.
Thank you.
God almighty. I am having a day today. Jen McCabe coming up. Oh, shut up, Lolly. I have to say this every time because it automatically starts playing him. Ugh.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in
Here we
your life.
go.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
Clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not
That's okay. I am a boomer.
correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
Correct.
Not a McCabe.
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Just
Matter of fact,
say,
they
of
seemed like a
course.
normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left there was 4 of us that left total. It was myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nago, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina Kolkithis was close by, close in town, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The waterfall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina Kolkithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes.
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
You said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation, yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold
And
temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
I am so confused by this whole her asking or telling Karen Reed to go with her because according to everybody else, she hadn't even invited them back to her house. Correct? So why the hell did she run up and put her arm around Karen Reed and say, come with me? Without inviting her to the house. Like what? I'm so confused by that.
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Mrs. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize any of this. Pause, please. That's a terrible place to pause. A little further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can enhance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
Honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Now do you see a person?
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward.
I'd be doing the same thing, heavy check. I'd want to see. I'd be nosy.
Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
Well, my point
That looks to be-
is, sorry, Alan Jackson, to pause you. I just have to for a second. My point with that is too, is that Karen drove to the bar. She drove her car to the bar with John. So not asking her to go to their house, knowing that Karen drove her own car. Well, why would, I mean, it's so weird to go up to her. Because they had basically just met, her and Karen, right? Too. Like, I'm right about that. Am I correct in that too? It's just so strange. Like, if you just met her, you know she drove. You didn't even technically invite her back to your house, and you're running up to her and saying, come on, like, coming with me. I'd be like, where the fuck are we going? You got flipped off by the bagel.
John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you see someone to his right?
I do, yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to ask so I'm
Okay.
asking you,
Mhm.
do you see yourself
Alan
standing in
Jackson,
the
you are
parking lot
awesome.
after John and the person to his right had walked away?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play it for just a few more seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turned around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired,
Ooh,
you know
heavy
that
check. I want to
John
hear.
O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes.
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't. No, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
No,
You didn't say, so Mr. O'Keefe, you're coming with me. You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car
Yes.
to give her a ride,
Yes.
separate from John O'Keefe.
Yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No.
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the box?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was you're coming with me, not you two are coming with me, correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you,
You just
you'd be separating her from John.
you just admitted that
We
was
were standing
correct a minute
outside
ago.
talking.
Be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, you come with me, would separate her from John.
It would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time.
Oh my God.
Your idea is to bring Karen with you.
This is what I'm
separate and
talking
apart.
about, okay? With these shady answers, you can't answer the question yes or no. You have to put in your own little spin on things. Why do this if you have nothing to hide? You wouldn't.
From John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation.
Oh, here, big
We'll
chick.
get to that with Mr.
Do I
Lau.
even want
I'm
to
asking
know
for a
what's
yes or no
going on
question,
over
or
there?
Yes, no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
You testified on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Can we have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
There appear to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview.
Yes.
This would be the front door, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You did,
And
James.
where's the mailbox?
He was
Point,
smitten.
point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway is to the right,
Yes.
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning
Welcome back, Fresh Brown Eyes.
about there, correct?
Hey,
Yes.
Cheryl.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
Thanks for coming.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory is not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did, because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have?
I'm not sure if I said, whose Jeep is that?
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now. Have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no. Excuse me. Repeat the question.
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox. Right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
Was. Mm-hmm.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Have we put any words in your mouth?
No.
They told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
That's
Well, I know what I.
You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
That they were either going to load him in and then ended up not doing it.
Paragraph 3.
Because that's kind of where my mind goes, really.
You'll review
that
that.
bulkhead, taking him out there, trying to get him in the car, and then saw Lucky coming, and so they kind of
Do you have
just
that,
hid
does that
and then
refresh
left
your
him there.
recollection?
Yes, I know. I told.
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
Regarding?
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
Well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way. It's court rules. Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute, hold on.
The answer I'm looking.
Hey, you guys, so I know that when I saw Aiden's video where he went around to the neighbors and asked if anyone, obviously if the cops came and asked for ring footage, and no one asked. I know that one of them said that they didn't work, but that was the chief's camera. For some reason, I thought the chief lived down the street, not across the street. So did the chief live just across the street too? Oh, Flipperhead is fighting with the. Oh, geez, oh, peeps. See, that's why I stay out of the twat. I buy the garage theory more. Hold on. The garage theory more. Because I don't think the whole house of people knew what was going on. Yeah. I think that Ford Edge was probably in the garage. And they loaded them in, or could have loaded them in. But I always go back to that bulkhead, and where he could have hit his head was in the basement, and how easy it would have been to carry him out that bulkhead, try to load him in. So I don't know. I kind of go back and forth with that. But they both make sense to me. So that's why I keep going. They both make logical sense. And so my mind just goes to like the easiest way to get him out, where he could have easily slid by going in the front door when they were in the kitchen or whatever and looking at the inside of the house, the pictures of the inside of the house. and there's only a small doorway, how easy it would have been for John to go in the front door and go right down to the basement or whatever. His camera worked. Sorry, I'm just now catching up. Sorry, guys. His camera worked. Andy lived across the street. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Well, then whose camera was it that didn't work, like wasn't supposedly working that night on the street? I thought it was the chief's camera. So the chief was just across the street. Thank you. Okay, I didn't know that. For some reason, I thought he was down the street. Same place they got the solo cups. I got you, Costi. Thank you, guys. Yeah, there's a I posted a video on Loophole Lawyers when he did a thing a long time ago, where part of Higgins' testimony, where he almost says garage at a like pivotal point about where he parked his Jeep. I'll bring it up when we go through Higgins' testimony. This is a legit game of Clue. Yeah, and yeah. Stabbed, that's my favorite board game and my favorite movie of all time. Oh, okay. So the chief said, don't worry, there's nothing on it. Okay, but Hibbie Chick says, yeah, chief just said it didn't work. Okay, so which is it? Did it work and he said nothing was on it, or it didn't work? Or did he tell two stories at this point? Jeez, oh Pete. Okay, the chief's camera was the one in trial 2 that the other guy said it wasn't pointed that far at the street. Oh, okay. I do remember that. Yeah, it said the chief's camera wasn't working, and even if it was, it wouldn't have shown that area. Remember, Aiden went there to knock and see what the camera would show. Yeah, see, I thought somewhere someone said it didn't work. I heard the Asian house took photos. Oh, they did? I haven't seen that. They did, Sarah. They're online. I've seen them. Someone send me a link to that. If you can. Yeah, that's what I want to know, Katie. What do they show? Like what kind of the pictures of what? Oh, okay. So after the police and fire trucks and all them EMTs were there. Gotcha. Gallagher, yeah. Googly eyes we made that day. Wasn't he the googly eye? Or no, was Gallagher the googly eye, or was he the Angry Bird head? No, I don't remember. Either way, he said at one point There's nothing on it. Point being, there was nothing there. Gotcha. If that was the truth, you know, he could have just been saying that. That's the, like, I just don't believe anything anybody says in there in that department anymore. Yeah. I got it. The pictures, yeah, shows that they did wake up. They just didn't come outside because it was cold. Jeez. And to think, see, that's one of the biggest things. Like, why didn't they go in the house thinking that someone could have been hurt if there's a dead guy laying on your lawn? And why didn't the people in the house come out knowing that there's a bunch of ambulances, fire trucks, and police outside? Bullshit, they didn't wake up. Yeah, lies. And you're right, Cassie. Unfortunately, we will never know. Gallagher was the boss who said he had the same camera as the chief. It would only see directly in front of the door. Got it. Thank you, Sarah. Yep. 100%, Cassie. All right, let's get back into it.
Before the court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's
She was
SUV.
about to say
Can show me in
correct.
the report.
She stopped herself.
Just read
Hold
it.
on.
So just off of what I just read in the report.
Asked focus on Miss Reed
I just want to hear the question.
about where things were, correct? And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he?
See?
Asked you questions about where Miss
She
Reed's
stopped
SUV.
herself, but realized saying correct wouldn't really be a good thing because they focused on their SUV.
Can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes. So my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously.
Yeah,
So the best way to do
I'm gonna
that
read
is
this, Katie, because it's important and it's sad. And it, as much as we like to poke fun for some levity, we have to do that from time to time. We will go insane if we don't have some laughs and stuff in the middle of the seriousness. But I always take the time to point out that the world lost a human being, an officer, someone who put himself in harm's way to help other people. It is a serious matter. We also now are dealing with the case of a woman who, and this hits home with me because I studied psychology. I didn't, with my son, I did not suffer from PPD. However, I have known people that have suffered postpartum depression. I have dealt with people with all kinds of mental illness. And the hardest thing for people with mental illness is to admit and seek help, especially women suffering from postpartum depression who feel ashamed and guilty that they don't feel attachments to their baby, or they feel like they're not giving their baby the attention that they need or deserve. And it only makes the depression worse when they feel guilty and ashamed. And they don't want to admit how they feel because they worry about things like their child being taken away for something they can't help feeling because of some hormonal imbalance, among other things. But I'm not going to go into that. Angie, Em, and I are going to be talking about PPD at some point, but my point in this matter is this is the seriousness of what KDD just said. 2 things in Massachusetts. You can have a dead body, a cop, no less, on your lawn, and cops won't come in your house. And you can kick in the door to a home you don't own and not get charges. And so going back to that point, in Kelsey Fitzsimmons, you had a woman who did the right thing. She sought help, which many women don't do or don't do soon enough. She did the right thing. She sought help. She got help. She was getting better. She was going back to work. And her douchebag of an ex-boyfriend got that baby taken away by making statements he didn't even have to prove were true. Then, when this woman who just went through what she went through was getting better after getting help, gets shot, gets taken her baby away, probably the lowest moment of her entire life. Then she almost dies, fights for her life. And while she's in the hospital fighting for her life, her douchebag of an ex decides, well, she's in the hospital. Maybe he thought she was going to die, or hoping it. Maybe. I'm going to go in and, take some stuff that's not mine. I'm going to kick in a door of a house that's not mine. And take anything that, might look bad on my part, like a letter telling her how great of a mom she is, apparently. Steal some money that's not his. And then again, go back to the cops who look at the situation and think it's totally fine to say, oh, nothing to see here. It makes me sick. And this can go right back to the beginning. And I'll get off my little soapbox, but is that we do find levity. We have to find levity because if you don't, the seriousness of this crap will just consistently make you sick and depressed to think that this is the world we live in sometimes. And I can't. And when I sit and think about it in this for too long, it makes me nauseous. I want to throw up. It makes me want to puke. That we could possibly have a system where this shit takes place. And that's why it's so important to spread the word, do what you can, so that the more eyes that are open to this, maybe someday in the future, we can get to a point where this shit doesn't happen. And that's the end of my TED Talk. We will get back to Jen McCabe, get back to some levity. I appreciate you listening to my opinion on that matter.
Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take,
I'm
it does.
sorry.
Okay, so
Was her
just
fiance? I
go ahead,
apologize.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV
Angie.
was?
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
Yes.
And you told him
Sorry, hippie chick.
you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
I'm so sorry, Jeannie Lynn. I gotta one more second, just because. And I get what you're saying here, Jeannie. I get it. And that's why I'm saying it's so hard for women to seek help for so many reasons. And she did it. She got help. She was getting better. And what she had to go through after that is just awful.
Driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Oh, I broke
And
your
during the
system,
course of that
broken trash.
conversation,
Welcome.
you never once, Miss McCabe, not once, mentioned
We got one
a
on the
several
stand,
ton
apparently.
Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at
We
the
love you,
report. Refresh
Jeannie.
your recollection to see the report.
You ever need
Objection.
anything, we are here for you.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach on it?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you
Helen
said, "I
Jackson,
observed
you
her
are the
car
best.
by the mailbox."
No.
And you never mentioned a Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Here we
Did you
go.
or did you not mention a Jeep?
You don't want to
Sitting on
answer the
right by that
question.
driveway, Trooper Proctor. Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now to Chris and Julie Albert?
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Oh, here we
That
go.
wasn't my question. My question
Again,
was, did you talk to them about
She's
this
not
case?
answering the questions. She only
Yes.
cares
I
about
realize you want to
herself.
give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
A man lost his life,
So,
supposedly
objection
a
as to
friend
the
of
form.
yours,
We've talked
someone
about
that
this
you
at
cared
sidebar,
for
Mr.
and loved
Johnson.
very much, and all you care about right now
You've talked to
is
them
your
about the details of that night, correct?
image.
The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes,
You talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
we've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
yes,
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
She's
Talk to them
getting
about
more.
the timing of the night.
She's getting more emotional over
I
her
don't
being
think
harassed and her
specifically, no.
When
being
people
dead.
came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they.
Barbara, I think Sandra Birchmore, I know she does get talked about because I hear it, but it isn't as much, obviously, as like the Karen Reed did and Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And I think Sandra Birchmore kind of gets lumped in. When people go extensively on Karen Reed, she kind of gets lumped in because of the cops, the cops involved and such. And thankfully, right now, at least, there are charges hopefully coming from the federal. I think the federal case already has charges. Now I'm getting confused because I know I kept reading about the charges back and forth between the state and federal charges. But hopefully that case, obviously it's being worked on one way or the other. And I pray that Sandra Birchmore and her baby do get justice.
They got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they?
Yeah, I can see that already with her especially. Oh my God.
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night. Correct. And they told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your.
Yeah, Happy Chick. It is wild, and that goes back to what I was just saying, that it is insane that the shit that happens in Massachusetts. I'm sure that stuff like this happens everywhere, but the amount of it that happens in Massachusetts is just insane. And I just hope that we're coming towards a time, even though I don't even live in Michigan or Massachusetts, I live in Michigan. I hope and pray for the people of Massachusetts, and that one day we have enough eyes opened and people that want to get into these roles of power, that want to do good things and not bad.
Your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me,
Agreed,
Chris and
Katie.
Julie Albert are, in fact, called
Everything with a federal trial
Correct.
is less out in the open.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
Broken? Yeah, we
know
got
that
a
your
lot
phone
of
was extracted.
Michiganders. I'm in Michigan.
Yes, I handed it over.
On the border of
And you know that your daughter's
Northville
whereabouts
area.
were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said when you testified in front of the great grand jury that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure.
God, she is such a snot.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Mr. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the Life 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th, after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
He burst into the room.
Where's
We were talking about the other day, like how?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert
But the
said that
light
you were
was
somewhat
turned on.
hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it, no.
And remind me
That
once
wasn't the
again,
question.
when you were leaving that night, that early morning before, who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
There's a, I believe again. They all use that.
We talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
Thank you, Broken.
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember, were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being
Okay,
between
Barbara.
Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
Enjoy some music. I like doing that too.
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox,
It would be
behind the Jeep, or somewhere in between.
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct. So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022. Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
I expect you to
Yes.
arrive that day.
Yes.
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came? Meaning Ryan Nagel.
Okay. Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister
Answer the damn
at
question, Jen.
12:23
God.
here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
Yeah.
I'm explaining what happened
That's
in the
not
4
the
minutes.
question. You have to
Explain.
answer The questions.
Add another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony.
Yeah,
you
I
saw-
have to say this too, because tomorrow, if we're going to go over the Google Drive of evidence, if you guys haven't seen the video that has clearly been altered, where her taillight looks like it's emitting white light, but they clearly didn't pay attention that it was, reflecting in the wet ground red. It's crazy. So stupid.
Lally, on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe it?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend it was kind of like that.
Just
like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave.
Okay.
Like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's the one I saw. I actually saw a video of them doing it with the gelatin that makes, up the same mass as the arm with the blood and muscle and that with the bones inside and how much it would have broken the arm. Yeah, it's crazy.
Those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
If he wants to, I would love that.
You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly.
I'll have to check out his
And then it
channel, see
moved
if I
at
can
one
email
point.
him.
That's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Yeah, I'd love to have
Yes.
When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said,
yeah,
I asked,
that's
when you
not,
just see
hold
the
on.
tire tracks, you said, I saw the tire tracks.
Hold on. I like to go back and verify
I'm saying-
what she said.
Car.
When I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago
Hold on. That's not the right one.
that when you saw her car, it tracks belonged to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else. And those are the tracks that you saw. What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone.
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe it?
Almost like as a
Look like? How would you describe it?
to look outside. I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire?
He said, I believe it was after her car got there because that's what led me. Hold on. Now what?
Tracks look like?
Was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
That's
what
why
did
I was
those
drawn
tire
to look
tracks look like?
outside.
How would you describe it?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave.
Okay.
Like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Kazi, the funny thing about that, it's not funny, but you know what I mean, is that she's not the only one either. And watching this testimony, I'm trying to remember exactly. I made several notes for my video I'm working on testimony, but several people mention seeing tire tracks from that door. And the one in particular, who was it? I can't remember who it was. Maybe someone can help me out. He was focusing on, like, you could see the grass, right? Well, I don't know. Well, if you saw tire tracks from the front door, you could obviously see the lawn area from the front door. Like, and again, I think this is kind of where you're going with this, Kazi. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was Matt McCabe. Thank you. Is if these people could see tire tracks that far away, you mean to tell me they couldn't see a 6-foot man on the lawn in that ridiculously small yard that they consistently make look bigger by the way they took their photos? Yeah, it was debunked. Exactly. Yeah. But it also plays into the role, though, that if you supposedly can see tire tracks, it actually defies the logic that you wouldn't see a 6-foot man laying in the lawn. So crazy.
Wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your
Hold on, I want to
description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here.
Sorry, guys. Says, if you ever want to do a live stream covering my strange connection to Kate Peters and Turtle Boy, let me know. It would divert you away from the plot. So not now, but it's very interesting. I'm definitely interested. I'm always interested in stuff, learning new stuff about this whole situation. especially psychologically speaking. So the more I know, the better I can evaluate. Send me an email. I think I always forget. I keep forgetting to check if my email's in the. Oh, excuse me. I thought I was gonna sneeze in the bio, but I'm gonna put my email in the chat. Feel free to email me anytime. Yeah, it was more than Matt. I know more than Matt said it, but there was one in particular which I missed. It was Matt McCabe saying they saw the tire tracks, but then when asked, he asked if he saw the lawn, and he's like, "Well, I don't remember it." Well, what idiot! Exactly, Kazi. Did you see Microdot's recreation of the plow truck driver's view? Yeah, there's no way anybody would miss John's body. Yeah, I did see it. I love Microdots. His videos are amazing. Very, very talented. I'm just going to start emailing you good morning every day just to drive you nuts now. It won't drive me nuts. It'll make me happy to have a good morning text or email every morning. I'm okay with that. Now, if you start sending me shit that's about crusty panties and stuff every morning, I might get a little annoyed. Yeah, Microdots is amazing. Amazing. I can't even express like how talented he is. To me, just working StreamYard and now getting into Canva and now CapCut and these programs, like I don't know how he makes the videos he does. They're it takes a lot of work. A lot. And they are amazing.
If it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right. That's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire.
You just said that. We just went back to it. That is what you said. That it drew your attention.
Tire tracks. Because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, as I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay. So it could have been the first time.
Fresh
Could have been.
Hold on, sorry. I think with Microdots, it depends on how you look at it. But he takes possible scenarios along with factual evidence and puts them in 3D. And take of it what you will, but it's an amazing, especially for someone like me who is a visual learner. I take things in when I see it more than I do when I hear it. So it really gives context to a lot of things that are said that you may not truly get until you see it. That's all.
To the back tires of her car, didn't it?
No.
In addition to Mr. I'm sorry, Trooper Proctor interviewing me on the 29th. You also
Bionic
gave
too.
extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked
Right,
about the
broken?
location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
It just boggles the mind to, I think I've said this before, is how she supposedly looks out the window that many times, doesn't see, not only doesn't see her hit him, doesn't see him get out of the car, doesn't see him come near the house at all, and also then calls his phone a million times instead of just walking out on the porch and being like, what are you guys doing? I think, my personal opinion is, she looked out that window or door or both, saw the car gone, and obviously did not see anybody on the lawn because there was nobody there, and thought, let's see. Whether she knew, this is only assuming she didn't know John got out of the car. So you got to take two scenarios in. If you think she was totally involved from the beginning, knew John came in the house from the very beginning, not after the fact, then this all is bullshit. Everything she says is bullshit. She never looked out the window. She knew John came in the house. So nothing she says matters. If she didn't know about all this until after the fact, it means that she looked out those windows, she saw the car, and then she didn't see the car, but she also, depends on when she found out John was there. Where was John? Obviously was not on the lawn at that time, but then makes a bunch of phone calls to his phone. Her calling his phone, I have a couple theories about that. I'm not going to get into it now, but it's craziness. Everything that they say has major holes. No matter how much they think this makes sense, it does not. None of them make sense when you put their story together. It just doesn't.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
Way broken, or I'm sorry, fresh brown eyes. I take it as, it could be. I'm not saying he's not doing it for that reason, or he is. I take it as he's trying to give some visualization to how things could have happened. Put it in context for people who need to see it. That's how I take it. Now, if that's the case, I don't know. That's just how I look at it. Right, that's one of the biggest questions I have too. With the phone calls, is that what you're talking about? The phone calls and did she know beforehand or afterwards? I go back and forth with that. I think John got sucker punched in the garage, so I think they all stuck to the John never came in the house. It's truthful to that extent. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't want to get too much into my theories on it. I take it all in. I appreciate everyone's input because I go back and forth with so many of these things and I know I have my own biases on what I've seen and haven't seen. And I don't know. I truly don't. I lean towards him being in the house and in the basement, but again, I do go back and forth with it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wondered if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34th Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You
what,
in fact asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you
I-
not review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Oh my God.
Objection.
Can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for you. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you
What
saw
a
in front. Did
bitch.
you not?
I was asked about Miss
Sorry,
Reed's
but-
vehicle.
Wow.
And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep?
Oh, I
behind
totally
Miss
agree
Reed's
with
vehicle?
that statement,
Yes or
Broken.
no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall?
Yeah,
mentioning the Jeep?
in my opinion, by this point, they testify in this trial, it really doesn't, like you said, it really doesn't matter on that level who, how did I don't even know how I was going to say it, but my point was going to be just the fact that it doesn't matter when she knew, when she didn't know, when whoever knew, when they didn't. Someone in that house killed John, and they all know about it by the time they testify at this trial, probably within hours or even minutes after it happened. So exactly, it doesn't matter. They came up with this story. They came up with this, and half this testimony is basically trying to defend their actions and their words after the fact. And all it does is show that every single one of them has something to hide, period.
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough.
Oh my God. You can't ever just answer
Did you,
the
Mr.
fucking
Higgins,
question.
between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is
I
that right?
agree.
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
Somebody should
And at
flip.
12:42,
Offer him a
you
deal.
texted,
I mean,
"Where are you?"
God, you've given away words.
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2, I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text, and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
I know. Every time I say her name, Sarah, I want to have to say it 3 times and scream it.
So.
Yes, me too. It goes in my head.
When you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's going to take a minute. Yeah.
Yes.
Sarah, I just saw your
You had an
message
opportunity,
repeating on my
Mr. McCabe, to
channel.
review those
Kidding.
few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and
Apparently, just like, oh, hold on, guys.
Yes.
If you guys don't know, Angie M is going live tonight. What would that be? It's 9:45 her time, so 11:45 Eastern Standard Time. And she's recording the spaces. So if you guys want to wait to listen to it, she's going to be going over it, some of it tonight, just to let you know.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin, it's
After the last time,
9:45. Yeah,
5
she
times.
It was an
Five
oopsie.
texts, five
So
looks.
apparently she scheduled it
After
at
the last
9:45.
time you texted, you got back up, which would be a sixth time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronological.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Glad to have you back, Maylin.
So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Just right outside the front door. Within,
Straight outside, yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved a second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that
You're good, Maylin.
you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside.
Yes
Correct.
or no?
And then you
Oh my
reiterated
God.
that with the following
Making my blood boil over.
exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going along. with
What's wrong with the reading,
Is that your
Larry?
testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a
They have
clear
to
view,
all
you
the
indicated in
time.
your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you
Oh,
noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
She's so snotty and defensive.
You're looking at that SUV over the course
Seriously,
of
like
between
innocent
the
people.
beginning text
People
and
have
end
nothing to
text.
hide. Don't act like
It's about
this.
19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
I mean, maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm, if you want to pull out the times and you can look at them.
Well,
Oh my
we
God.
talked about the times and you
Mhm.
Constantly ask Donna Jackson for proof.
Correct.
If you want to show it to me,
So
if you want to
if you
do
were
this,
just
if you want to do
divide
that,
that
who the hell are you? You're a
5 times
witness,
is nothing.
not a lawyer, not a judge, not in charge of this
Do
courtroom.
the math in my head, maybe it's every
Oh
3
my
minutes.
gosh.
Correct.
Insufferable is the most perfect, is the perfect word for her.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? Caught your
No.
attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear
Yeah.
any screaming or yelling?
I
No.
You
think,
didn't hear any
you
loud
know,
voices or
part of
foul
me
language or door
thinks that
slam?
they are so irritated that they even have to testify because they're like, in their mind, they're like, why didn't she just take a fucking deal and end this shit? You know what I mean? Like that's the attitude I get from them. Like they thought they'd get her, that she'd just take a deal and they'd never have to worry about any of this. And now they're inconvenienced because they took, you know, they helped, whether they helped, you know, unalive someone or was an accessory after it, it doesn't matter. It's insane, the defensiveness and shit that comes out of them after what they did and after all the shit that they are obviously hiding. You don't act like this on the stand if you are innocent of, you know, if you have nothing to hide, zero. You don't act like this. I can't say it enough.
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
And that's exactly what I think is going through all their brain.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
You're
Problem with that
assuming?
is you were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what the field of view is?
Right. You have, yeah, thank you. You have.
Would you like to
peripheral
explain it?
vision. You have, you see
You
more
had
than what
clear and good
exactly
view
you're looking at.
across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mm-hmm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
What a good question, Jackson. Oh my God, that's amazing.
Podium.
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to
The
see that, right?
alligator.
Right.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Oh my God. What is wrong with that question?
Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
You're not allowed, you know, this
Sounds
is
like
when
that's
you
a little
answer the question asked.
Not at
You
all.
can't ask
It's not at all.
anytime you want.
I'll let the answer stand.
I haven't seen the play, but
You left the location
isn't that a movie? I think I've seen the movie.
about 1:45. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
movie. I've seen the movie.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then either?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some of the girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right at it, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you.
Correct.
So that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15.
It took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
She was about to say a different answer too. Hold on. I like to examine when they're about to say something different and change their.
It took you a few minutes to
Between 2 and to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and
She's about to
2:15.
say 10.
It took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
You wonder what she was really thinking about saying that.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls just using your phone? Any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No?
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but.
That's videos. Right?
Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you, now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
Colby Cohn, hi. Colby.
I want to switch
Colby.
gears for a second.
Colby. Sorry, my eyes are so bad. What about the PP? Like,
And ask you real quick
I
about
don't know what you're trying to say.
later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home.
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on
She's
Friday.
not aware of that?
that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a document. Before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is, in fact, a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
You'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony?
Yes.
And you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was I asked what she said?
Yeah, Colby, I don't really.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
On my channel, so it doesn't matter.
Entire grand jury testimony. if you
Sorry.
need to, and turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
Bullshit.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony, right?
Correct.
Exactly.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's.
Yeah, okay,
stricken.
bullshit.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Yes. These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at, these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him, correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Exactly, Jeannie.
That's 12 times.
And yes, Joan DePietro does suck.
You reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022.
I don't watch him.
What
I
my
don't really
client's
care.
statements were
Call him
either
DePietro.
at the scene
End
or
of
leading
story.
up to getting to the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
Well, welcome, Colby.
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
Really?
So
Then why aren't you doing
were
that in
asked
this
the
trial,
question,
Jen?
Did she say to an officer,
Jen?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to
forget
volunteer
how to
that she
answer
said,
the
I hit him, I
question
hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not. My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
Don't believe her.
I do not recall.
Well, you recall me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, I'm sorry, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Yeah.
Right?
That is correct.
That
But
would have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've
Dude,
manufactured
you
this new
screw up
story for this
Jackson,
jury
like,
because
he's
you
on
think
a
it helps
roll.
you out.
with her.
Absolutely not.
Hold on. I talked over that question. I want to hear it.
You called out
Absolutely.
new story. Ms. McCabe,
Look at her
the truth
smirk.
of the matter is you've made
Hold on. Look at that. Hold on. I got to go back a little bit. What
manufactured this
smirk?
form. Ms. McCabe.
Did you see that? When she sustains that objection in that form, watch her smirk.
Objection.
Right here.
Sustained
Watch.
is to that form.
Watch that smirk right there. Did you see it?
Ms. McCabe.
Did you guys see that smirk? Like, ha ha, I got you, Alan Jackson, because that question was sustained. Oh my God.
The truth of the matter.
Sustained is to that form.
Right here. Ooh.
Ms. McCabe.
Like, ha ha, I won, you lose. Like, that's what I see going through her head right now. Oh my God. What a smug bitch. I'm sorry. I gotta watch it one more time. I'm sorry.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form.
Right there.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you can wait 2 seconds. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate recording of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45.
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Was that you?
Yes, that was.
Is that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what
Yeah.
did you just say?
That man's no.
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
Oh.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
Correct.
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer, is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are as sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take mornings. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene, you said, well, there was.
You guys, after that break here,
Okay. That
oops,
appears to be
sorry,
the
hold
end of the
on.
tape.
We are still only halfway in to Jen McCabe's cross. So I think I'm going to end for the night. We're going to pick up tomorrow. I'm going to have to schedule tomorrow a little differently. I'm not sure. So just keep an eye out on my lives. I'll post in Discord as well. We can have our psych lesson of the week, which is going to be postponed for one day. Because I'm going to stream quite a long time today. I'm going to be joining Angie a little later as well. So tomorrow, I don't know. We'll have to play the evening by ear. I think we'll do the Google Drive and the other half of Jen McCabe's testimony tomorrow, right around 1 o'clock, like we normally do. And then for the psych lesson, if we move it to the evening, worst case scenario, maybe we'll move it to Tuesday early. Like, I don't know. I guess we'll play it by ear. I'm really not sure. But after tonight, Sunday lessons, psych lessons, whichever you want to call it, will be Sunday nights at 10:30. I will see you guys all tomorrow around 1 o'clock. Thank you again all for joining me, and I will see you in the chats until tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.